Sweet. Happy NFL draft, guys. To our little watch party. I'm Sam Holt with Eric Romoff, and we've got a couple joining us today. Eric, how are you? Are you excited?
Yeah, I'm doing great. This is like Christmas morning for NFL fans, right? So Sam and I are going to be here hanging out all night. We've got some friends stopping by to offer up some of their perspectives. So yeah, it's gonna be a marathon night. It's gonna be a good time.
Yeah, let's go ahead and bring Bob on, who is at the draft. Our friend Bob Lung. Thank you so much for tuning in. This discussion's gonna be okay. I know he's gonna be in and out because he's actually at the draft, which is super exciting.
Yeah, we've got boots on the ground. So Bob's going to be popping in and out through the course of the evening, letting us know what it's like there in Cleveland as the players walk across the stage. So looks like we lost him here off the top, but he'll be back and giving us those on-site insights as the night goes on.
Sounds good. Oh my gosh, I'm super excited. Obviously, this is basically our Christmas morning evening, and the best way to celebrate it, everyone together wearing their NFL gear. I've got Steelers gear with me, so I am ready to go for when the pick is in. I'm just super excited, and I think that the biggest thing that we're asking ourselves right now is, one, the news that just came in at the top of the hour, and that Aaron Rodgers is unhappy. I mean, he's been unhappy, but let's see if we can get Bob on, and then we can start talking about a bit of Rodgers drama that came in at the latest.
All right, Bob, you got us here from Cleveland.
Uh-oh.
Sounds like Bob might be having a little difficulty getting connected. So we'll check back in with him here in a little bit. But Sam, you're spot on, right? We were all going over our mock draft boards trying to figure out who we were going to prioritize in Dynasty, and then all of a sudden the reigning MVP just decides to come out and say that he's not happy with his current team, right? So I think we're all keeping a pretty close eye on how that impacts not only the upcoming season, but tonight's first round of the draft as well.
Absolutely. And we've got some people tuning in. Thanks, guys, for tuning in. We'll get to all your questions as soon as we see them. We've got MLGGZ22 saying, what do you think the Ravens are going to take? Ravens are sitting there at 31. Who do you think they're going to take off the board? I feel like they just need some additional protection, additional beasts there. I don't know that they're going to go ahead and take another weapon player at that point in the draft. What do you feel?
Yeah, there's a lot of rumors around them considering another pass catching option for Lamar Jackson. I don't really see them going quite that early for that player, right? They've got a few additions, namely Sammy Watkins to the pass catching core in Baltimore. So I would imagine it's probably going to be somewhere on the line. They did pick up this pick by shipping out an O lineman, so maybe they were just trying to get a little bit younger or get a little bit of salary relief. Or Baltimore is really solid about finding those defensive diamonds in the rough that maybe slipped a little further than they should have. So those would be the two spots where I'm looking for Baltimore at 31.
And I'm guessing that he's a homer because he's saying he would love to get Bateman. I totally get that. I mean, additional weapons for Lamar Jackson would be fantastic. And I don't know that I'm super excited about Sammy Watkins. No offense to Sammy Watkins. I don't know that he's that exciting anymore. But for me, I feel like they're probably going to shore up that O-line or really go for that defensive position. I mean, aside from the Ravens, I think the next big thing is what is going to happen after the first two quarterbacks go that we pretty much know who's going.
Yeah, one and two seem like they're all about locked in with Lawrence and with Wilson. So for me, the draft really starts at 3 with San Francisco. Kyle Shanahan has been doing a legendary troll job for the last 10 days or so, pretending like he doesn't know or just trying to keep us all on the edge of their seats. For my money, it seems like most of the whispers are pointing towards Mac Jones. Not where I would go if I traded away a bunch of draft capital to move up to 3. But if they like their guy, it seems like that's where he might slot in.
Yeah, I'm hearing a lot of Mac Jones as well. I also heard some people saying Trey Lance. If they're really not ready to move on for Garoppolo, they could look to invest in someone like Trey Lance that could sit behind Garoppolo for a year and then actually, train up underneath him. He looks great on tape, but obviously he's very young, got a lot of kinks to work out in the system. So to me, I think he could be someone, it's a future pick, but not a future season pick.
Yeah, I think of kind of the big five, he's probably the one that would be served best to have sort of an understudy year, right? And just thinking about him learning under sort of the fundamentals and the fundamentalist in Jimmy G and plugging right into that Shanahan offense. I think that's probably the best case scenario for him, as opposed to being thrown in right away. But you're right. If you're looking at the betting markets now, you're starting to see those odds shift a little bit towards Trey Lance. So really is anyone's guess, at least between those two, in my mind, as we make the turn to 3.
Absolutely. Everyone who's watching at home and watching the draft, they're seeing, they're going to the quarterbacks right now. We're looking at Trey Lance. We're looking at Mac Jones. Zach Wilson is there as well. It looks like Trevor Lawrence is staying home. He already knows where he's going. So no need to make a trip for him. But it's actually happening. It's getting underway. It looks like the concerts are finally starting to fade. Maybe Roger Goodell with his presence so we can get this thing going. I'm excited. Can you tell? I'm just like the tension.
It's funny too, coming off of 2020, off of a year in quarantine, right? Like just how much the little things, like these now pros being able to hug the commissioner as they come across the stage, right? All these little things that we didn't realize we missed when he was barking at us from his kind of creepy man cave basement last year. So it'll be cool to see the energy. There'll be some people there. It'll be cool to see them interacting. So definitely, while I'm excited for the prospects and how they'll impact the team and how they'll impact fantasy, it's also cool to see the full setting, the pomp and circumstance of the live event.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I think that we were all just grateful that we had last year and some semblance to have that escape. But I totally agree. It's so nice to be able to see the stage, people together. Hopefully everyone is, being safe and everyone's just excited to finally get this draft and get it underway. They are on the clock. And as we know, it's likely going to be the Jags taking points. I don't see that changing. But what are a couple things about him that you're super excited about? I think even in a down season, considering 2020 the way it was, he had over 3,000 yards. He looked fantastic, 24 touchdowns. Obviously was the more stellar one with 3,600 yards over that and 36 touchdowns. But for you looking at him with the Jags, what gets you first? What's the first thing in terms of like fantasy excitement?
Yeah, at least for me, I am a Houston Texans fan, unfortunately. I will not have the pick is in hat to put on for at least a couple of nights. But I do have a bit more vicinity to the Jaguars, and they actually have a sneaky good wide receiver core. It seems like everybody out there either loves Laviska Shenault or hates him. You can put me in the love camp. I think Colin Johnson, the now sophomore wide receiver out of Texas, has a lot of upside. Obviously, DJ Shark really splashed in his first year there in Jacksonville. And then they added Marvin Jones so that they can have him score 4 touchdowns in one game and no other touchdowns for the rest of the season, right? So I think, very quickly with a capable rookie quarterback and Lawrence coming in, you're going to see a lot of fantasy viability out of this wide receiver core. And I think you're actually going to see a pretty high potent offense from the get-go.
I agree. I think you're going to see this high potent offense. I think that he's going to come out to play. And that's what's exciting about someone like Trevor Lawrence is we really know what we're going to get with him and just how much talent he has there. And an immediate start too. This is not a competition. This is his job. He walks in the front door, starting playbooks. He gets every single first start. So we're excited to get that going in. And then in terms of weapons, I know that the Jags do have quite a few other picks. So I'm sure they're looking also additional weapons around him.
Yeah, I think so. Obviously, one is just about locked in. I'm actually refreshing here to see if if he's officially walked across the stage yet. It doesn't look like it, but we all know where they're going with one overall. But they do have the Rams pick here towards the back half of the first round, and what they're going to do with that pick is sort of an open question. I'm personally a huge James Robinson fan. I think that they already did the hard thing in identifying that undrafted rookie talent from last year. So I wouldn't see them, going out of their way to spend that type of capital on another ball carrier. Maybe as we get towards the end of the first there, we'll see them consider, the second or third tight end off the board. But overall, I think that Lawrence walks into one of the better sort of settings from a rookie quarterback standpoint in the league.
Yeah, I agree. We've got a friend joining us. We've got Rob. Let's go ahead and bring him on at on Twitter. Rob, thanks for joining us.
How y'all doing today? Everybody having a good day? Everybody getting ready for the draft? Having some fun?
We're ready. Let's do this. I'm so excited. Love that you're in full Rams gear.
Come on. I got these shoes. Oh, I should go this way. See that up? You can't see it. I got my new shoes too. I'll have to show those off a little bit. One of my karate buddies does that. He designs shoes and everything like that. So he added me. I needed a Ram pairs of shoe, right?
Absolutely.
I was watching your face there as you popped in backstage. I wanted to make it a point that the Jags here are the owners and operators of the Rams' first round pick this year. So Rob is in my boat. We're on the sidelines as fans this first round. But overall, looking at what appears to be the presumed and assumed number one overall pick in Lawrence and kind of carrying the ball forward, what are some of the things that you're looking forward to in the first few picks of tonight's draft?
Well, everything's always vanilla. I'm not a vanilla kind of guy. I would love to see something go wacky or wonky with that Aaron Rodgers thing. That's not going to happen. We're not going to, play into any of that game right now. But what I would like to see happen is, some teams make those decisions to go forward. Maybe San Francisco dumps Garoppolo. I'm kind of hoping as a Ram fan, right? We don't need to put up with him again. Let's beat the 49ers this year, win that division and get that back. That's something I want to see. Now, speaking from the Rams, we're so far, that's tomorrow for us. So for us, if any of the offensive linemen or any of the edge rushers can slip down to our position, maybe just overlooked, that would be awesome. But as of right now, I don't think I see anybody trading into the top three. You?
I don't think anyone's getting the top three. I don't think that we're going to see any all of a sudden like hot ticky trades happening within the top 10, to be honest. I think we've seen all the action we're going to see. And I think now everyone's just going to buck up and hold on and see who bites first in terms of wanting to make a move. So I don't think we're going to see any big additional trades. We've seen some pretty big ones already. So that's why I feel like we know what's happening. This top 10 is going to be the top 10. And we just have to buckle up and get ready. And they just got to make this pick already. Is my feed just slow, or have they not said that Trevor Lawrence is now a Jaguar?
They're just playing music. That's what they do. And then this whole make a draft pick. Remember back in the day, wasn't it 3 minutes? Wasn't it back like 10 years ago?
Now we have to. Now it has to be in a 3.5 hour long made for TV event, right? So we gotta stretch. Maybe the Jags are regretting their decision to agree to pay him in cryptocurrency. They're realizing that they're gonna lose their tails on that. So maybe a little bit of cold feet. Realistically, they're probably just pausing for dramatic effect, right?
I agree. To me though, I just don't believe in the Jacksonville organization yet. I know a lot of people don't, but we've seen talent wasted there. I don't like their wide receivers right now. I don't know if that's going to play well with Lawrence, even though he's like a game breaker kind of quarterback. I think ultimately you run out of weapons. And when you play a really good team like the Steelers defense or a Rams defense, and you get a pass rush and you don't get used to seeing those kind of plays, it's just going to play against you. And they play in a decent division, and they have the Colts to deal with too. And that's not a walk in the park. This isn't going to be easy.
No, I agree. It's absolutely not going to be easy, but they do have so many picks. I'm trying to count because it's the end of the day and it's been so hard, but they've got, what is that? 9? Yeah, they've got 9 picks going on in this 2021 draft. The first 2 number 1s, 2 number 2s, and they've got a third there, and then a couple others. I feel like they have plenty of capital to find some really great weapons, even late. There's a lot of good receivers in this class that will probably fall because I think as soon as an offensive line run starts, it's going to be hard to stop that run because there are some really good offensive linemen here.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think we're going to see the draft on the whole sort of move in pockets, right? We're going to have a little flurry of QB activity. We'll probably sprinkle in Kyle Pitts somewhere there early on, but then we're going to see a pocket of wide receivers. We're going to see a pocket of offensive linemen, right? So I think it makes for a real interesting sort of look at the gamesmanship that goes therein, right? If you have these teams clustered together that might be trying to fill similar needs. But Rob, I guess kind of looking at the first piece of the draft, right? Where do you think maybe the first surprise comes off the board?
I think everybody locked into San Francisco taking what's his face? Is it Zach? No, it's not Zach. It's the other guy. Wilson,
Mac
right?
Jones?
Mac Jones. Yeah. I don't have him written down because they're like, I wouldn't be surprised if they went for Justin Fields. And I think that's a Shannon kind of thing. But I think that would be a big mix-up. That would throw a few teams off in a way. But I think that would also, like the Patriots might be looking for him and other teams might be looking for him to slip, and that's not going to happen. So you're going to have to pick somebody else. Maybe more like Trey Lance might work better for your system, depending on like if he gets near Chicago, something like that as well. And then I kind of want to know what Sam thinks the Steelers are going to get into, because they got people taking offensive line for them, and then they got people saying that they're going to pick Najee Harris. I know we'll get there, but I just wanted to throw that out there.
I mean, I think everyone knows by now because I've done a couple of podcasts on what I want the Steelers to do. And my God, do I want Najee Harris? I want us to get this running back. I'm watching his tape as I fall asleep at night because the way he moves is so beautiful. I need him on my team to help open up our receiving core and take the pressure off. That's all I want. It doesn't feel like a lot to ask. And we do have second round picks that we could go and get offensive linemen. We desperately need those too. But to get a franchise running back like Najee Harris, please. I feel like, is it too much to ask? That doesn't feel like too much to ask.
I don't know, but I think that would work really well within your scheme. And like the Steelers always believe in running the ball, and that's something they've got away from. I mean, look what Ben had to do last year. He threw the ball so much, which was great for us in fantasy. And by the way, when you said that, I didn't know that you were talking about the Steelers. I'm pretty sure you were channeling your dynasty leagues and your seasonal teams for Najee Harris to be a Steeler. Is that right?
I think that I'm allowed to be a homer and also secretly hope that my draft in all my dynasty leagues ends up equaling something even better. I don't think that's hard to say, but he does fit really well in the system. And I think when you look at, and like you said, I love that the Steelers need to get back to the running game because Ben cannot handle this pressure anymore to be slinging the ball like he does. I mean, I'm grateful that he's still doing it, but we need to be able to give him, in order to do that, we need a back we can count on, and I think that he's the one to do it. Now, have the Jaguars made this damn pick yet or not? Let's get this night going.
I know. Eric, what do you think? Do you think there's going to be a switch up? Do you think some of the quarterbacks, you think Justin Fields is going to go before anybody else? Because as a Ram fan, I originally thought we were going to pick Carson Wentz, and then we fell in love with Goff, and then we all know what happened with them. What do you think?
Yeah, I think, I mean, at least for me, Fields is the clear number 2 of this year's quarterback class. But it's kind of tricky because it seems like there's sort of mixed feelings about him from the teams that are drafting up in the top, right? So, if I am San Francisco, I'm taking him at 3 and feeling much more confident about what he can do for my offense than Mac Jones, who is, I guess, a younger version of Jimmy Garoppolo, excuse me. But if he slips, I could actually see someone getting a little trigger happy and potentially even moving up to 4 to try to pick him up, right? Whereas if Mac Jones ends up being passed on and falls past 3, I could see him tumbling down into the teens and right into the waiting arms of Bill Belichick in New England, right?
And we all know that there's got to be a game plan. Cam is only there to help pick something out, but I don't know if they have enough room to move that far up. I don't know if their, let's say, trading potential can help them move that far. That's why I brought up the whole thing with Green Bay. If Green Bay was going to make any kind of move, there would have to be, I think, a third team involved with that, and I think that's way too complicated. And that would be the third team is New England.
Makes a ton of sense to me.
It definitely makes sense to me as well. I feel like that's going to be the team to maybe move up and that we're thinking won't. But depending on who San Francisco takes, I could see New England moving. But again, not moving up into the 10 spot, just moving up.
Yeah. So I guess kind of moving down this board a little bit, right? Like how does the texture come together in your mind, right? You mentioned that you don't see a whole lot of activity in terms of teams trading up or moving back. So maybe rounding out the top 5 or 6. Where do you think those picks fall here in the first part of the first round?
Well, I feel like this is going to be the years where we actually do see a lot of quarterbacks go off in the first. And again, this is all going to be hinging on what San Francisco does. But I could see Justin Fields going early. I could see him not falling. And then other teams having a gamble and then trying to get someone else later. I can totally see that happening. I think Mac Jones is going to definitely go in the first round as well. So I think we're going to see them right off the top. Lawrence, Wilson, Fields, Jones. I think that they're all going to go today. I don't think there's a single one of them that's going to be waiting for a team tomorrow.
Rob, you see anything different there? Maybe in Atlanta taking the quarterback of the future, or Denver looking to add another quarterback piece a few picks later. How do you think that shapes up?
I think that they're totally sold on the Matt Ryan train. And I don't think that, but if I was Atlanta, I would explore that. But how do you pass up that tight end? How do you pass up Kyle Pitts when you just spent the previous years with your offense? Yes, this is under a different coaching regime at that time, but you just had Tony Gonzalez and he worked well with Julio Jones. But then there's this problem with Julio Jones as well, too. That rings up a lot. This whole, do they cut him before the first or do they cut him after? Can they trade him? It's better if they trade him after. So that's a lot of, play into it too. But I think they keep it safe. They bring in a tight end. They have it deep behind Julio. I think they'll probably work it out with Julio. We'll see that in the future. But if not, Matt Ryan will have great people around him to give him a supporting cast at least for 1 year. But man, do they need a running back?
Are you not confident in Todd Gurley?
I love Todd Gurley, man.
I was gonna say, you're a guy that probably loves Todd Gurley.
I love Todd Gurley, but I thought could have been better than Steven Jackson. But I'm still going to retain that Steven Jackson still deep down has my heart as the most recent Ram other than Falk, because Gurley just fell apart right before that Super Bowl loss to the Patriots. He stopped playing the game. It didn't work for him. And every time you see him on the field, he doesn't look like that 9-0 Todd Gurley that season. It's not there. But the jumps he made, the stiff arms. And if that took him out for the rest of his career, I don't understand it, but it happens.
It absolutely does. Now, what about this? So if the Falcons go Kyle Pitts, they have their next pick. I think it's 35 in the second round. Yeah, pick 35 in the second round. How do you guys like this? What if they went Kyle Trask in the second round? Is that too early for him?
I think it's probably about right in terms of how he grades out as a prospect. Practically speaking, though, I think we're going to see a gulf between the first 5 quarterbacks off the board and when number 6 goes off. Potentially the entirety of the second round, right? I think in today's NFL, teams are realizing that getting a quarterback on a rookie contract is the cheat code. So we're going to see a ton of them, maybe all 5 go off in the first 10 picks, right? And then from there, the Trasks of the world, this sort of third tier of quarterback I think they're going to be sitting for a while. So, you look around the league for some of these teams that their signal caller is a bit longer in the tooth, like in Atlanta with Matt Ryan. I think you'll start to see some of these guys come off the board, maybe closer to the third round, late in the second round, as a bit more of a developmental project.
Yeah, I can see that. I think that what I'm trying to get at, though, is Atlanta has a mix, and they can be patient enough. They're confident enough in Matt Ryan, which I believe that they are, to get someone else that's young to come up behind him and, to school up. And I think that, there's other quarterbacks that they can take later that will shore up that position. So there's no reason they have to go quarterback now. They should go get Kyle Pitts.
I gotta say that Trask would work if that is your prototypical, best scenario for the Falcons. That's it right there. I think that you can really put that together. It gives you your future. I mean, who knows when these guys are going to retire? Look at Brady. I thought we were going to be rid of him 5 years ago, please.
I know we're not. Somehow we're not. And then when people ask me, what do you think's going to happen? Brady's not going to do anything with the Bucs. You watch. It's storybook editing, and he's going to have a Super Bowl at home, and he's going to win it at home. And then no one believed me as we were going further along. And then, okay, fighting it. I'm like, no, it's not going to happen. But the way the defense played at the end just signed it. It was done, dead and done. It was not going to change. So clearly, Brady's showing quarterbacks have more longevity than people originally thought.
I gotta say, Vita Vea, man, when he came back, I was like, it's over. It's over. They were at a level that was unheard of at that point. And then I was like, there's just going to be run. That Packer game, I said the Packers should have been screening the ball to Aaron Jones. They've done that in the past. It didn't happen. That's why they got sent home. They kept trying to run it that front. You don't do that. You should know better. But they don't, because they're smart and they get paid all this money. And that's what happens. And that's why Aaron Rodgers is probably a little mad.
Yeah, now they've got the MVP who's looking at the greener grass on the other side, right?
I know. Not really, but it looks like the pick is in. Now we've just got some vamping happening on the TV, going back and forth. The pick is in. It's about to happen. Waiting for Goodell to walk across the stage and make the pick that all have seen coming. Let's get this over with so we can begin the next round of deliberation and excitement as far as what's coming next.
Right, we're all eager to make fun of Jets and Jets fans. So let's get Lawrence across this stage and poke fun at Zach Wilson.
They just end up so bad. They just everything always is bad for the Jets. That's one team. This is why they should just trade away. They should just trade back to 10 or 9 and just take their chances and make out from it, because that's the best thing they could do. Making a pick right now, I would be surprised if it worked out. It can, but I just don't think that there's enough in that organization for it to flourish right from the go. Growing pains for at least 2 years. And that's not what I want a rookie stepping into. Not me.
Absolutely not. That doesn't sound like fun to me either. All right, we've got Goodell on stage. It's happening, people. It's happening.
Let's go.
Go ahead, mute for 1 second.
Hopefully for the rest of the night here, we're not looking at half an hour per pick. Otherwise, we're going to be doing this till 4 in the morning, right?
I know.
So
it's happened.
As Lawrence walks across the stage here, we now are officially in flight. We've got the first overall pick off the board with Trevor Lawrence. From the fantasy perspective, maybe even specifically from a dynasty perspective, if you are in maybe a super flex league, as it seems like most formats shift to that approach in the dynasty world. What are y'all's thoughts on Sunshine? Where does he fit into your rankings as the newly minted first overall pick?
First of all, there is no more apt nickname than Sunshine for Trevor Lawrence. My God, so freaking perfect.
Perfect, also, right?
To me, remember, it's my favorite football movie, and I will die on that sword, and I'm fine with that. But I am very excited for this fantasy value. Dynasty purposes, if you have any rookie picks, or if you have any collateral you can move to get the one in your rookie draft, which I currently don't, one of my big dynasty leagues, and I'm trying to see what I can sell to get that number one pick. I want him. Superflex leagues, he has so much value. He has the jump, he has the arm, weapons that he knows that he can utilize in multiple different facets. And again, I was looking again, they've got 10 picks. They've got 9 more picks to get more weapons, more around him to protect him. Going to completely change the way that they look with Urban Meyer being the one calling the plays. This is going to be a really exciting offense.
You know, you got to go back to last year, Justin Herbert. Whatever you want to call, I know it's Herbert, Hey Bear, Way Bear, who knows, care. He threw the ball a lot, and he impressed a lot of people. You have quarterbacks like that. He can be that quarterback this year. He definitely can. Because the one thing about the Jaguars that we've all known, at least during the Blake Bortles era, there's always big garbage points. So fantasy-wise, seasonal-wise, flex-wise, dynasty-wise, it's going to work. He can make that happen. And you never know what's going to happen with the Colts. Eventually, that could fall apart, and Carson Wentz could move on, or he might get hurt, and that division could open up. And that would be a big spot for him to be able to push the Jags to that next level. Let's see him do it. I mean, he's now worthy of it, right?
Yeah, it's a fair point, right? You look across the AFC South there. Tennessee is the reigning division champion. Indianapolis snuck in as a wild card last year. I think it's fair to say there is a lot of question marks around just how effective Carson Wentz will be there in Indianapolis. There is a scenario where, with some well-played draft picks this year, Jacksonville might be right back in the mix for that division as soon as 2021.
Yeah, I completely agree. I thought I was on. I'm like, oh no, I gotta pause. No, this can be back and forth all night. We're about to have a really fun night together. It's gonna be awesome. No, I completely agree. I think that Jacksonville's gonna come very quickly. Whether or not they can make it full playoffs run, I wouldn't put it past Trevor Lawrence and Urban Meyer to do it, because I feel like they're fully ready to do it. What I also loved was the behind the scenes with Urban Meyer explaining his draft process, his scouting process, and it's modeled very similarly to Bill Belichick. He actually took so many notes from Belichick while he was coach in college, completely changed the way that they scouted players. And he's taking that in with him. Student of the game, love to call it. We're going to, underline all these fun key terms that everyone's going to hear. Student of the game. That to Urban Meyer tonight, but he is going to change the way the Jaguars operate in this NFL.
So speaking of culture changes for the Jaguars, buried in all of the Aaron Rodgers news was that none other than Timmy Tebow tried out as a tight end in Jacksonville. What are y'all guys' thoughts? Do you think that he's just Uncle Rico who thinks he can still throw the football over those mountains? Do you think he's angling for a coaching position? What do you think he's up to over there?
To be honest, on Tebow, I mean, anytime you see him doing any sort of TV talk, personality talk, the guy looks like he's ready to play now. He's got the conditioning down. So I'm sure that he's ready to play. He seems ready and eager to go. I would be more than happy to see Tebow just jump back in there and be a fun dart throw in Dynasty or in just a redraft league for, shits and giggles. Who would be mad at that? Come on, it'll be fun.
I agree with that. I mean, and you've seen what New Orleans has been able to do with, Taysom Hill. So Urban isn't that dated where he wouldn't be able to work in some kind of scheme to where he could bring Taysom or Tebow around and use him not only as catching passes, but doing screens and then doing bubble flares with it. It can work. It's definitely something, and you could probably get him for league minimum. So he's probably going to be thankful for that. And that's a win for everybody.
Man, and I think if you listen closely, you can hear James Robinson Dynasty owners slowly crying into their beer at the idea of a Taysom Hill South version with Tim Tebow.
Oh, ouch. You're right.
Oh, my gosh.
You're right. And he didn't even score that many touchdowns really anyway. Like, if you put Tebow there, they're going to do little shovel passes. It's happened. He's not a small camper.
No, he's not a pipsqueak. He's the presence there, pocket presence on the line, presence to be a decoy. I know, loud. You sign this guy just to sit at the end of the line and run. people are going to try and cover him because you're assuming if he's playing, then he's going to hit the ball. So immediate decoy would be another great reason to just throw him on the end of the line. So I totally love that. Looks like the Jets pick is in. We are going to finally know who's the number 2. Quarter 2 off the board. Yes, come on, pick is in. I love it. I love the graphics of all this too. I mean, I don't know how you feel about like the pomp and frills, but I could not get enough of it. Give me more. Give me fireworks. Like that's the one thing missing.
Yeah,
happy it's actually not
I'm here
bad.
for all of it. I want this to be as big, as loud, as obnoxious as it can be, because that's how I feel in my emotions about the draft, and I want the telecast to match that, right?
Yeah, what's funny is something to throw that in there with me is I kind of fell out of college just getting into the things that I get into with my karate and things like that. I just don't have a lot of time, and how deep me and my family are in the NFL. We somehow just miss a lot of college. So like the NFL for me, the draft that is always a big part of catching up, seeing those next tier players, seeing what I like, doing that research within that week or two, getting everything raw. I think sometimes that's just the best way to pull it all in, see it all for your first time. It's great to watch the games. That's game theory. But for this, for some reason, it's worked for me for years.
And it's happened, guys. Zach Wilson is officially a New York Jet. He is grabbing that hat. He's about to walk across the stage. It's happened. There is no doubt anymore. There's no question. Zach Wilson, from that day of that pro day, and he threw that ball and all lit the weekend on fire. I think the Jets are going to take Zach Wilson at 2. It has finally happened. I mean, your immediate thoughts. No surprise?
Yeah, that's vanilla.
Yeah,
No.
they telegraphed this pick, right? So I don't think anyone's fallen over. Kudos to the Jets organization. Maybe it's a sign of things to come. Nice, tightly run ship. They got this pick in and got the guy across the stage in like 6 minutes. So maybe that's promising for the Jets front office. Overall, I'm not a big Zach Wilson fan. He did some things with his arm talent that it's fair to say were impressive. But just historically, guys that enter the NFL off of one great season at the college level just really have a lot of trouble converting up to that next tier, right? So I wish the best for the young man, but ultimately I think it's going to be another sad story in New York.
Oh, they just got a new quarterback. Why are you going to say they're a sad story already? It's so early for the Jets. My goodness.
I know.
The Jets know who they are. Like, they understand what their organization is.
They're 4th in the division. There's no way that they're going to be above Miami, Buffalo. I mean, New England's even going to get them. But I want to also throw back to Trevor Lawrence, too. Tebow would also be a great fit because he understands how to teach Urban Meyer's philosophy to him, and he's a positive role model. That's a better system than what Zach Wilson's entering.
I agree. However, I do know the Jets it looks like they're trying to make an effort now. They brought in Corey Davis. No slouch. I think he's a great pair with this young quarterback. So I do love that. And you've got Mekhi Becton that's still there, obviously. They've got 9 picks in this draft. So plenty of opportunity to get wins and to do better at protecting their brand new quarterback asset. I feel like the next thing they're going to be doing is trying to do that and get an additional tackle on the other side, protect their new quarterback. Oh, he was so cute in his new little hat. Isn't that precious?
He might be one of the youngest looking quarterbacks going in the early part of the first round that I can remember. His arm talent, it's cause for excitement, right? So I think we're going to see in sort of the modern NFL more and more organizations willing to take a bit of a risk on a guy that might be unproven or might not have a huge sample size, but can do crazy things with their arm. Everyone is still drooling over Pat Mahomes, and for good reason. And so now the mission is to go out there and try to find the next dude that can do the same thing.
That's like no pressure at all, right? Like, we're just looking for the next Patrick Mahomes. Is that you? No big deal. I mean, come on. Those are huge shoes to fill. Mahomes size shoes.
Whoa.
Like, I don't know that anyone is up for that.
It's not going to be hard to be one of the best teams in New York this year as well either. I don't know if the Giants have enough. I think Barkley's going to come back. I think he'll still be explosive. But as we all know, with knee injuries, sometimes you have that tentative pullback. So that being said, this could put the Jets, I mean, if they get a win more than the Giants, they could be the big talk in town. But outside of that, I mean, you're still going to play those defenses like the Hoodies defense. You're still going to play the Bills. You're still going to be outman, out-talent. You still show up for the games. But in the end, you know, he's going to throw the ball. It's a great learning experience.
Absolutely. And we are not done seeing the Jets tonight. They do have another pick at 23. And again, I think they're going to, I think right in this pocket is going to be a big chunk of offensive linemen. From Indianapolis to Tennessee to the Jets, I think that's going to be just a streak of offensive linemen.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it seems like that cluster makes sense right around that range of the draft. Other whispers out there have them maybe jumping a few picks ahead of your Steelers and snagging your running back from under them, right? So it's interesting, the comparisons between those two teams, right? Both the Jets and the Steelers invested fairly significant draft capital in a running back last year with Anthony McFarland and with Michael Pirine. So what's your initial thought? Do you think that your boy will make it past the Jets there? As it sounds like nobody was all that impressed with what Pirine did, or you think they hold pat at the running back position?
With Jets, you think that they go running back there? Is that the question? I think I don't think they go running back there. They've got Tevin Coleman. They're fine. They don't need to go and get another running back. They're totally good. I'm going to keep pushing the positive vibes. They're not going to take a running back. They need offensive line to protect their new quarterback. Come on. It makes way more sense. Like, let's just breathe that into existence.
Yeah.
If you say it enough, it will, the universe will answer, right?
Yeah, it will answer. Offensive linemen will go for like the next 5 picks, and then my Steelers will just take the running back. I'll
like
finally be happy.
I mean, going back with the running back too, you can get by with Coleman and Pirine and then whoever else you want to throw back there. If you're going to gear and start teaching Zach to learn this offense, the best way to do it is to get him throwing the ball. And Coleman has been known to catch the ball out of the backfield. So that's kind of a benefit. He's also a veteran. He's played around some good teams in a Super Bowl, of course. So that kind of really does help him. And that's the experience you kind of need as well.
Yeah, he's got that connection with Robert Saleh, obviously. And officially now the pick is in for Robert Saleh's old team, the San Francisco 49ers. And we have our man on the scene, Bob Lung. Let me pull Bob in and see what it's looking like there in Cleveland. Hey, Bob.
What is happening? Man, it's cold here. I'm just going to tell you. It's only Cleveland can we, 2 days ago it was 81 degrees, sunny, warm, but no, not on draft day. I got 4 layers of clothes on, but it was cool to be right up there up front, but my shift is over and they kind of threw me out. But I'm at least here. I want to at least check in and say hi and thanks. Way too much music, not enough picks being going on, if you know what I mean, right? If I went to a rock concert, We're in a full draft. But
Exactly.
But so far so good. No big surprises. We're waiting for the Aaron Rodgers trade, right?
Oh yeah, and it's like the Niners pick is in. So we're waiting for that right now, just with bated breath, just excited to see it comes out. I mean, what was the energy like? Just give us a taste of what the energy was like in there.
Well, I guess if you're going to have a crappy weather draft, there is no better place to do it than in Cleveland, Ohio, because these people live and breathe this weather, right? And Sam knows because she's a Pittsburgh girl. This was like, 40 degrees, wind chill, 20-mile-an-hour winds. Basically looked like it was snowing. Yeah, that's cute. Welcome to Cleveland.
Welcome to Cleveland. Welcome to the draft.
It took a while, before people kind of showed up, like right at about 7:30. I was like, man, there's still nobody here. But now it's really picked up. And, again, I look around here and go, I did not expect this many people, but it's Cleveland. They bundle, they get here, it happens. So proud of my Northeast Ohio folks. Saw a few stragglers, with various jerseys. But yeah, definitely it would have been a lot better atmosphere if it was 80 or even 70 or even 60. But
literally any other temperature. So the pick just came in, and the Niners took Trey Lance. Bob,
Yeah.
Trey Lance. I think this is a little bit of a surprise to a lot of people.
Yeah, it is, because I think a lot of people thought they were kind of blowing smoke and they were going to take Justin Fields. But they went through it, took Lance. When I drive John Lynch come August for Hall of Fame weekend, I'm going to ask him why that pick, and we'll get back to you on that one.
Absolutely.
Oh man, the perfect setup. So looking at Trey Lance there in San Francisco, what do you think the road sets up like for him? Do you think he's sitting behind Jimmy G for the foreseeable future? Think they're going to have a legitimate competition?
I keep hearing rumors that he's going to New England, and from people that kind of know what's going on. So I'll be surprised if that doesn't happen, because I feel like he needs to go somewhere. Cam Newton is not their future. We know that. There's been talk about them trading up to number 8 with Carolina. Maybe that'll happen, but New England's not the kind of team that trades up. You know what I mean?
They're not. But Belichick is also impossible to predict what he's going to do. I think with Trey Lance going, this is his domino fall. This is him being able to draft how he wants it and be able to maybe go up and take Justin Fields.
Right. And, they know how to manipulate the draft. They know how to manipulate picks. They've always been very good at getting rid of players when they're past their prime. They still have Bill Belichick as a coach, and that's a good thing. But I think Trey Lance walks into a very good situation. I can almost kind of go back to let's go back to for Sam. Let's go back to the Steelers when Ben Roethlisberger comes in, into a very good team with a very good coach, very good offense. It was very successful. Now, I'm not saying Trey Lance takes them to the Super Bowl, but, again, you have Ayuk, you have Samuel, you have Kittle, Raheem Mostert. I mean, you've got a very good core offensively, good offensive line, and obviously a very good coach in Shanahan. I think he walks into a very nice situation. Unless, it's his scenario to really lose and blow this. I mean, if he's got the talent to be the third pick, he's got the talent around him to make it happen.
Absolutely. And, the way that they like to run first type offense, I think he's still well. He is a pretty smooth. He's going to have to learn how to slide. They all do. But as soon as he can get that down and get that at least 1 year behind Jimmy G, if they do that, I think that he could end up a really big threat with them. And being a top lead rusher, people are looking at dynasty purposes and wanting to get those rushing yards.
Yeah, no, definitely. And like you said, Shanahan will make it happen. He's never, I don't want to downplay Garoppolo. He certainly everybody had a terrible year in San Francisco because nobody was healthy. So it's kind of hard to fault him for that. But he actually never set the world on fire either. So in their opinion, it's time to move on, and Trey Lance is the guy. So
Trey Lance is the guy. I'm just excited for this kid. I'm watching him go on the stage. I just love seeing these kids on stage. I get choked up. It's so exciting.
Yeah, it's a shame that only like 14 people made it in. And I get it, COVID and all that kind of stuff. But, it is what it is.
They're so excited. When I see the guys
nice to have people out in the open.
Yeah, it is nice to have people out. You can see the crowd behind him. There's still a lot of people out there that are excited, that are hyped up. Niners fans will be excited with this pick.
Yeah, definitely.
So Bob, we were talking a little bit before you jump back in, and we were saying that really where these remaining quarterbacks go depend on who slips past San Francisco. And it seemed like the consensus was if Mac Jones doesn't get taken at 3, he has the potential to fall the farthest down the board. So either from your sources or what you're kind of getting a gauge of on the ground, where do you think a potential landing spot for Mac Jones is now that he's made it past the 3 spot in San Francisco?
That's a good question. Could Atlanta take the chance and say, well, Matt Ryan's not that far off, and they move forward with him? I know that they've really talked a lot, and I've always been surprised by this pick that they're going to go Kyle Pitts. So I'm like, well, you just got Hayden Hurst. What's wrong with him? I mean, sometimes I get it. You want to get a better player.
He's that generational talent, though. He's just that guy.
But
who's
on
in
the
so
other
many
hand,
different ways.
That was fun.
The kid who came to got it, the son that came to Cleveland. From
I
my
got that same weather here in Erie.
Miami. Gosh, I just went brain dead. His dad played, like many years ago. Oh my gosh, I can't believe I can't think of it. His dad played for the Chargers. Went to the. Why am I brain dead over this? I can't think. Anyway, he was supposed to be the next coming of the greatest tight end, and then he sucked.
We're looking for Kellen Winslow Jr.
Yeah,
That's the dude.
Nice.
Thank you. To Cleveland, and it was a complete waste. It happened. So who knows? But those are tough to sell. And I feel like, again, if this is such a great quarterback draft, scenario here, I think Atlanta. If I'm Atlanta, I want my future. The guy behind Matt Ryan. You don't know where you're going to be next year in the draft. You might not be this low. You might not get that opportunity, but we'll wait and see. But then again, that's why I'm here and they're over there.
It looks like the pick is in for the Falcons, so we're about to hear what's going down. Goodell is walking stage. Could this guy walk any slower? Like, seriously?
Who, Goodell?
Yeah, Goodell. He
lumbers. It's got to be. Yeah. I like the comments too. Did you guys see those?
Yes, I love that.
I was wrong.
Amazing.
Yeah, they took confidence. I thought they might take Mac Jones just for the future for Matt Ryan.
Yeah.
Oh wait, I'm on a delay. I'm not a delay.
No.
Who did they go? They went Kyle Pitts.
Yeah, they went Kyle Pitts.
They went Kyle Pitts. Come on.
Yeah, they didn't listen to me. Anyway. All right, guys. I'm gonna let you go. I got a long drive home here. It's gonna take me about an hour and 15. So,
all right.
Thanks for having me on.
Safe drive, Bob.
I'll check in when I get back.
Sounds good.
Thanks for popping in, Bob. Safe travels. Sounds like Bob's got a couple of phone calls to make and let the Atlanta front office have a piece of his mind that they botched it with Kyle Pitts.
Oh, he could have had him.
Wait, before we go on to Kyle Pitts, let's jump to these comments. This one from Nemesis Trek saying Trey Lance, smartest guy in the decides not to play a year and still a top 3 pick. Very crafty. Then we had Danny Fresh joining us as well. San Fran made the right move. Lance has a special talent and is a great fit. Totally agree there. And now we can talk about Kyle Pitts. And this was the landing spot I think all of us were seeing. And then as it got closer, the fantasy value of seeing all of these offensive weapons lined up. I mean, is it just going to be one of those 4,000-yard seasons for Matt Ryan? Is that what we're about to predict here?
I mean, why is that not possible? It seems to be possible for him every year. He seems to have and last year I think he did a lot better than I expected, but he's like they say, he's Matty Ice. He always gets it done, and all these weapons around him. If you can't win right now, I don't think when can you win? When can you win? So you definitely have to have that future intact, but when that future gets there, I mean, look at these weapons around. I mean, that's insane. You're going to have this team together for at least, I mean, Ridley, you're going to have them all together for at least another 2 years. So let's get it done.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. It ties into the San Francisco conversation as well, that at least from my point of view, like a quarterback who can get you to the Super Bowl is not something to sneeze at. Maybe they might blow a 28-3 lead while they're in the Super Bowl, but ultimately, they can confidently check the box. They have a Super Bowl caliber quarterback there, and now just look at all of these weapons around him. Right? You've got maybe one of the best trios in terms of wide receivers there, and now at least the best tight end prospect that we've seen in a generation. Right? So Matt Ryan is definitely. Now has his arrow pointing up. He's got all of the tools at his disposal. It's really just a matter of going out there and turning it into action now.
Oh, absolutely. So now they're going to, follow that up with probably a late quarterback pick like we talked about earlier, so that you do have that quarterback of the future. And that's great that they still have that draft capital to go and get that. But I'm so excited about this. I'm talking about a good prospect for a Titan premium league. I mean, come on. We're super excited. This kid is incredibly talented, incredibly physical, amazing after the catch ability. He can extend the play. He can shake people. You watch him run through people. I mean, he had Derrick Henry moments when I was looking at his tape, the way that he could absolutely pummel players, making those players look like kids. It was like a man playing with like elementary school children and just like pummeling them full stiff arm. I'm excited to see this guy play.
I want him on my dynasty team. Let's put it that way. That is like literally my guy I want, because I know I'm picking at the end. And in Doc's Dynasty League, I won it last year, so I'm back in the back. And I just don't think anybody's going to be looking at tight end. They need quarterbacks. They need running backs. They got to come get the champ. So you're not going to get that with a tight end. Give me Kyle Pitts.
I'm sorry. Kyle Pitts. You think that he's going to last until the end? I think everyone's kind of heard the secret's out. Everybody's going to want him. I mean, I'm looking at my dynasty trade thinking, okay, I would like to get one so I can get Trevor Lawrence. I also know 102 could entirely go Kyle Pitts in any rookie draft, and you can absolutely make that argument for him. PPR format, doesn't matter if it's Superflex or not. He is just that big of a generational talent. To get onto your dynasty team, when I write my must-have rookie article, it is going to have Kyle Pitts in it.
It's gotta, because I mean, what do you got?
I've heard a few different people out there, specifically depending on format. If it's a tight end premium, if it's one quarterback, even I've heard some pretty sound arguments for Kyle Pitts as the 101 in rookie drafts for the dynasty game. He is just the most perfectly built offensive weapon that we've seen come out in this position. I heard a stat on him a few days ago that all of last year he caught every single pass that was thrown to him in the red zone. Every time they went to him in scoring position, he hauled it in.
That's he easily scores 6 touchdowns this year.
Yeah, he is a cheat code.
6 touchdowns. Yeah,
that's insane. No, he's absolutely a cheat code, and I've got you guys are gonna laugh. I'm sure that you guys are all about the spreadsheets and stuff. And when it comes to fantasy, I am a pen and paper gal. So my board over here is like a board, like a written board. So I'm just like crossing players off. Are you guys paper people too? Yeah, you're my people. I love it. So we're all just crossing people off as they go.
I have years of my DFS write-ups over here, like written all on paper. For me, it's the one thing that slows it down. By nature, I'm a math guy. So I try to steer me away from looking at the numbers all the time and just using the numbers and evaluating it by writing it down, slowing it down. That's the best way. It helps me.
No, absolutely. For me, it helps me commit it to memory as I'm writing it down. So I'm going back and forth between seeing players go back and forth, remembering those moments where I remember hearing on a podcast someone saying, they wouldn't be surprised if they went Trey Lance at the Niners position. And it absolutely happened. I really love it. I'm excited about that pick. I kind of can't get over it. Now we've got 5. What's going to happen at 5? This is the best day ever.
This is a fun day. This is a fun day next to week 1. Like week 1's always good too. Okay. So, what is the best day? Is draft? Some people love draft day. Some people love free agency. Some people love preseason. Some people love week 1. It's draft day, right?
It's draft day because in terms of fantasy heartbreak, I mean, week 1 you could roll your lineup out there and then your best running back can get hurt, but it's all good on draft day. It's all good stuff. It's all positive. You get to hear all these messages and hear all these amazing family stories, and I cry at every single one. I was trying to retell the one Quiddy Pay to a coworker today, and I immediately started I was just crying in the middle of work. And he's like, Are we talking about football still? I'm like, it's family. It's true. I am so emotional when it comes to football. But again, it's drafted. It's all positive. It's all good. Dreams come true. Give it to me. Now let's talk about the Bengals. Is the pick in? Oh, the pick is in. Where do you guys think?
Pick is in.
Obviously, not a quarterback.
It's got to be. Well, they probably should go O-line because we need to keep him safe.
Yeah, that scar did not look so good. Let's have a few scars on Joe Burrow this coming season and hopefully get the first offensive lineman off the board with Penei Sewell. He's got to go here, right?
Yeah, I think Sewell makes a lot of sense here, right? Those measurables, that type of short area quickness is just something you don't see out of an offensive lineman, right?
No.
So I do think that they stand to and need to upgrade what was, I think, the 31st ranked offensive line unit in the NFL as a further investment for their now sophomore quarterback in Joe Burrow, right? There are a lot of whispers out there that they might reunite him with his boy Jamar Chase. I'm not making that move in the front office, but I do think it opens up an interesting angle of just how much influence Joe Burrow has in this organization, right? Clearly, if he has his way. Oh, what is it? Read us off.
You got it.
They went Jamar Chase?
Yeah, they went Jamar Chase.
What?
Yeah, as you were talking about it, they went Jamar.
Penei Sewell is going to be the drop of the draft. This is crazy. You should have taken him. Protect your man. What are you doing? But no, they're going to reunite these two incredible weapons and dynasty owners backflip because give me this stack today. This stack. This is going to be a thing.
It works.
Oh, man.
Will Fuller,
I'm mourning all of my T. Higgins shares right now. I love T. Higgins so much. And now he's sharing those targets with maybe the best wide receiver prospect in this year's class.
Oh my gosh. I mean, when you look at Jamar Chase and you look at comparables, obviously between him and Justin Jefferson, his former teammate, he actually beat out Jefferson in a lot of those stats in that season. So in that one that you're looking at there, 2019, did have more receptions, but Jamar Chase had 200 more yards. He had 1,780 yards, and he had more touchdowns as well. He had 20 touchdowns there, and Jefferson only 18. And he also had, in my opinion, the most important stat, which is the length of that catch was 21.2 yards to Jefferson's 13.9. So I think that you've got an amazing asset. The cat's out of the bag on Jefferson. We all love him. For crying out loud, get me Jamar Chase on my dynasty league.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great pick. And you see it also done with Goff and Kupp for those years too, which is sad because as a Ram fan, of course, I loved that connection. But I think at times it just didn't work. And then there was like when Kupp would not get the ball, it just didn't happen. You need to have that camaraderie. It always works, and it's worked. I mean, when Watson would be in there, like I was saying, with Will Fuller, that's all messed up now. It works. Those college pass hittings, they work. Except Chad Pennington and Randy Moss.
Go for it. Your take on the Jamar Chase move. How many teams do you get him in, or are you staying away from this offense?
Yeah, I mean, another awesome weapon on the outside for Joe Burrow, right? So his arrow was already pointing up. I think this, only furthers that trajectory. I would imagine that Chase is probably going to be a bit too pricey for my liking in terms of my ability to acquire him in dynasty formats, but with good reason, right? His connection with Joe Burrow, some of those stats that you rattled off a moment ago, Sam, everything sets up for him to come in and contribute in a meaningful way right off the bat, right?
Oh, absolutely. And it looks like we've also got the dog pick is in next, but I'm still salivating. Just the incredible weapon that Jamar Chase is. I mean, when you watch his tape, he's fluid. He's got the sticky hands you want and the secure hands you want. When he catches the ball, it doesn't move, which is exactly what you want in a big receiver like he is. So I'm excited to see these two best buds join back up together. This is going to be awesome. Now, hopefully,
fun. Sounds like.
Hopefully, we can get across the stage so we can figure out what the Dolphins are doing and will this offensive line run start, or are we just going to keep going weapon after offensive weapon? Let's go.
Let's do it. Hey, and you know what? Hopefully, them Bengals fans won't be saying who they, because they should know who they is.
All right. So while we wait for the Miami pick to walk across the stage. We do have another friend jumping in here. We've got our guy Ron at the Real Mayday joining the conversation here for a bit. Welcome in, Ron. How are you liking round one so far?
What's up, guys? You know, I was watching you, and I heard Sam's cat kind of object to the Bengals pick. I think she wanted them to go Penei Sewell, and I can't say that I blame her, but I think, you know, right before I signed in, I think I heard Joe Burrow fire up one of those heaters, those big long stogies, because he got his boy. So I agree with you guys, though. I'm going Penei Sewell all day, man. That dude is a freak show. He's mean. He's nasty in the trenches. But I can see why they did it as well. You want to get that rapport built up. Your young QB, you want to give him those weapons he feels comfortable with. So, and I wouldn't quite just scrap those T. Higgins shares just yet. I think he's going to be sneaky valuable.
Well, I mean, I think that Burrow saw be successful with multiple receivers before. It's not going to be just him and Jamar Chase back and forth. Chase and Jefferson, again, both had incredible seasons in that 2019 season. Higgins is still a great value. Boyd is obviously still there as well. But if you just get to slinging it, he's got all the guys that are ready to go ahead and catch all the balls in the air. Let's go.
Right, and they're going to have to. I mean, I don't think that they necessarily have a whole hell of a lot at tight end. I don't think that defense is going to be a world-beating defense just yet. So they're going to need all those weapons they can get. Plus, too, let's not forget, this is a pretty deep draft as far as offensive line. They pick in that mid-30 range. They might be able to pull a nice little tackle pick out of their hat there as well, depending on who slides. So they might still address that need and still get somebody that's going to step in and be pretty solid for them. Right, Coach Gruden? Coach Gruden agrees.
I love it.
That was good.
Yes, they do have that number 38 pick in the second round. They have a third rounder as well. So they've got plenty of opportunities, and this is a very deep offensive line for them to get additional, coverage, additional defense. They have lots and lots of needs. But I think what's really important is Burrow is still crazy young. And this is going to turn into a young team that I'm just a little bit not excited as a Steelers fan. I do not want the Bengals to get better, but it looks like they're on the right path to get better.
It is a little scary, and I don't know if you as a Steelers fan ever thought you would utter the words, "The Bengals scare me," but they do scare you a little bit. They're getting to that point. I know that. I don't know when that. We're probably thinking maybe like the Ickey Woods, Boomer Esiason days. The last time that got said.
I know, right? This is just not okay. Not only are the Bengals starting to look better, but obviously the Ravens are an incredible threat. The Browns are looking better. Steelers, my running back with our pick in this round. Get me my running back. It's not a lot to ask. What do you think? Is it crazy for me to want them to get a running back there?
No, and every mock that you see, I mean, this thing has been mocked to death for months and months and months, but it just seems to me like Najee Harris is just a perfect fit. He's from, one of these big schools. He's a big, powerful back. He can catch it a little bit. It just fits what the Steelers do. Plus, they got rid of James Conner. I don't have a lot of faith in the guys that they have behind him. I think it makes sense for him to go there now. It's just a matter of if he slides there. Maybe they're thinking something else, but I think you're spot on with Najee Harris being the pick there. I know we hear a lot about first-round running backs, but a need's a need. And if you have a guy that you want to get, you go get your guy. They're going to go get their guy if he's there. You get your guy.
It's the rule we tell everyone when they're drafting.
Of Sam being spot on, a few minutes ago she called for another hit of this offensive firepower, and it's officially in. Jalen Waddle is a Miami Dolphin. So far we're 6 for 6.
Hey, I mean, I think people are just, maybe everyone's got a fantasy team that they're also like upset about, and that's why they're just going so heavy offense early. It could also be a testament to how deep the defense is in this draft, so you can wait at that position. I'm excited for Waddle, though. Over his career, he generated more yards per route run than any other player in this class. He is a volume guy. Get him on your fantasy team.
Well, and when you hear Nick Saban come out today and talk about Jalen Waddle as possibly the best guy that he's ever seen in and out of breaks, Nick Saban is pretty good, like him or not. He's got a few of those crystal footballs in his trophy case. He's also the same guy, and I respect him a lot for this. He's the same guy that starts his day every day with 2 oatmeal cream pies for breakfast. That's a guy that I'm going to respect and listen to what he has to say. And he's coached a lot of great NFL players at every stop that he's been at. And so I think this just, I think Miami would have went with Kyle Pitts. He slid a little bit, but not a bad consolation prize in Jalen Waddle for sure.
Absolutely. He's going to be a great only question mark I had next to him was that he did have an ankle injury that kept him out of pro day. But clearly, Miami is not scared off by that and keeping the offensive picks going. Lions pick is in. Could you talk about a team that has more needs? The Lions need everything. They're basically shopping like a frat guy just had a party and the fridge is empty and he's been hungry for days and just eating leftover Taco Bell from the couch. The Lions need everything.
Hey,
Yeah,
the frat guy's now in LA now. Frat guy's in LA now. He took his nice big head to LA, so he left. So if he left, there's just the fridge. So whatever they can pull out of there, meat, potatoes, broccoli, Brussels sprouts, they're gonna like it.
And I think this is one of the few teams that you could they could pick anybody right now, and we'd be like, yes, that's great. They could pick a kicker right now, and I'd be like, you know what, that's probably a good pick for them. But I think it's something where I don't know if they're ready to go all in on a quarterback just yet. You know, you've got Jared Goff there. Is he the long-term solution? I don't think so. But it's hard to find out if he doesn't have anybody to throw to. I mean, their receiving core is definitely decimated. I like the Brashard Perriman ad, but he's not your wide receiver one. I don't know if you go get a weapon. I don't know if you go get a lineman. Penei Sewell, yet again, very hard here to pass up. I think personally, if it's me, that's who I'm going to go with, because if your quarterback can't throw, doesn't have time to throw, I don't think you know if he's going to be the guy or not. So I think it's going to be Penei Sewell here if it's me.
Yeah, and as someone, I have been to quite a few Rams games. Rob, surprised by that. Actually, the first season they were back in LA, I had tickets. They were in nosebleeds. They could not have been higher and further away, but it was certainly fun. Talk about someone who gets deer headlights. You need someone to come out there and protect Jared Goff. Give him time, because he cannot perform unless he has time in that pocket. So hopefully they do go out and get someone to protect him. Eric.
And I gotta say too, I mean, I'm not expecting to see a ton of trades like some people are. I don't think we really see any in this first round. If we do, it's going to be minimal. Maybe one or two, but I'm kind of surprised that Detroit was one I thought that might try to slide down a little bit and acquire more picks, because when you go over that list of needs, it is so lengthy. But yet again, it's hard to pass up a guy like Penei Sewell if he slides to number 7.
Yeah, I would imagine that Detroit is probably on their heels a little bit more than they were expecting, right? Sort of conventional wisdom had them looking at a decision between Waddle or Chase, and now both of those guys are gone. So I would imagine that War Room is a little bit frazzled right now with that exact decision, right? Like, there is what looks to be one of the better offensive line prospects who's slid down to them in 7, but they also have so many needs, right? The wide receiver spot, they did add Brashard Perriman, they did add Tyrell Williams, and then they've got the sophomore wide receiver in Quintez Cephas. So they just have so many gaps there. I don't think they were quite prepared for those two guys to be off the board, and I'm waiting for a big surprise to come across as we hear a name called for Detroit.
Yeah, they had a one shot going into their draft room, and compared to other teams that you've been seeing them go to their draft room, they're high-fiving, they're clapping. Everyone's just walking, pacing, even though the pick officially in. The Lions are just like, did we do it right? Did we do it right? Clearly, doesn't look like a trade has happened. They made
look
a
scared.
Pick. They look a little bit scared. Oh,
yeah,
my God.
I'm a high school teacher, and it reminds me of when my students will come up with and turn a test in, and they didn't know a damn thing on the test, but they're walking up real somber with that paper, and they just kind of slide it and just kind of don't even make eye contact and move on. That's kind of what I'm picturing here with this pick. Like, I mean, I don't think that they could mess this up, could they?
There's so much that's still left on the board. I guess they could if they continue to be the Lions. They could mess this pick up, but then it's about to happen. Real quick, Ron, are you also the teacher that puts a question on the back of the test so that you don't notice until you turn it in that there's a question?
No, I'm not sketchy like that at all. Don't get me wrong. I pull a little something shady every once in a while, but I'm not on that level.
Gotcha. Wait, who did they take?
Speaking from personal experience, a little PTSD from getting fooled.
Yeah, it's happened to me. It's happened to me. They took Penei Sewell. Officially, we have an offensive tackle off the board. I think that's a great pick for them. Absolutely need the quarterback, and he is a fantastic player position. I mean, they thankfully didn't ruin it. I don't think they messed up this pick.
No, you got to protect Goff. We see what happens when Goff, those games where he would just implode, and I'm sitting here freaking out, and I'm running around, and I'm like, watch, he's going to throw a pick because we're moving it too fast. And bam, there it is. Or he'd fumble or something bad would always happen. And most of it starts with Goff and those stupid little things. He's lost himself. He has a chance to bring himself back with this new start, and having somebody being able to protect him is the biggest thing that he needs right now, because he doesn't need receivers. He's got Hawkinson. We all know how much he loved using those Ram tight ends. So it's gonna just fall right into that. And he loves the slot receiver. That's gonna happen as well too. I think this is what we all said is the best move for the Lions.
Well, and when your team too, whoever you're a fan of, when they have that left tackle or that lineman that's been a fixture in that lineup for 10, 12 years, you don't understand how important that is until they actually have that. Being a Colts fan, Anthony Costanzo was not a flashy guy, but he was the starter there. You could pencil him in every Sunday for 10 years. And a couple of years ago, we get a guy like Quentin Nelson. Maybe I'm just a boring football fan, but I have never been so stoked about a guard in my life. You take a guard at number 6, and that dude is going to be a Hall of Famer. He's going to be a Pro Bowler every year, but he's going to be a fixture on your line, and he's going to be a piece that is going to keep your quarterback safe. He's going to move the pile when you're trying to run the football, and I think that that's what they've got here. They've got a guy that they can plug, play from day one. He's going to be in there. He's going to protect that blind side, and he's going to be in there 10, 12 years. And he could be one of those guys, too, that could be a potential Hall of Famer, who knows, later on in his career.
Potential Hall of Famer, also raise the caliber of those around him. And some space for someone like, Swift, kind of some additional moves and someone to push the big guys around and put some holes. So I'm excited for this pick for them. You know what? They got it right. They definitely got this right.
They did.
And you got to look at being a Ram fan, Jackie Slater and Orlando Pace protected that for decades, practically. Both of them were amazing. When I grew up watching Jackie Slater, and I knew what it was like in the early 90s, really there into the mid, when it took time, and when we finally got Pace, that it seems like it was the worst pick, but it was the best pick because it protected Warner, it protected everybody for all those years, allowed the running gaps. That is what you do when you want to give your quarterback time to make decisions and win you a football game.
And I believe both of those guys have busts in Canton as well. So that proves the point right there.
Fully, yeah. I mean, I'm personally shocked that Sewell slid down that far. This is the right call in my mind, right? I'm a bit old school that I believe that all touchdowns, whether they're rushing or passing, are a product of blocking, right? And we talked about it a little bit earlier with guys like Matt Ryan, with guys like Jimmy G. You can add Jared Goff to that list. He is a Super Bowl caliber quarterback. Does the offense and the supporting cast around him need to be set up in a particular way? Sure, right? But with Sewell, sorry, Rob, but with those picks that they stacked up from the Rams, I do think that this will be a foundational piece for what could be a Lions team on the rise.
I'm just disappointed that Rob doesn't have his Matt Stafford jersey on tonight. I think he's been rocking that like nobody's business.
No way. It's too early. It's got to be a special player. I want a Cup jersey, but then I want a Donald jersey. And I was smart. I didn't want a Goff one because the minute I heard the term the Goffettes, I was done.
God, that sounds horrible.
Yeah, I was totally done. It was Goffable, right?
That is Goffable.
It was even Goffle.
Good times.
So it looks like the Panthers pick is in. Any immediate guesses what this is going to be? Are they going to get a weapon for Sam Darnold? Are they going to go linebacker here? Are we going to see Micah Parsons jump off the board? I mean, that would be my guess here. It would be a really good pick there. Obviously was the linebacker there for a long time. He was over there, and I think they are hurting without him and without someone to be that presence. So I'm thinking Micah Parsons would be perfect off the board here for them.
Yeah, I think it's tough for them to not go Micah Parsons. I could see them maybe, since they got rid of Teddy Bridgewater, maybe going quarterback here, maybe going Justin Fields, maybe going Mac Jones. But I think that just them as a franchise, it behooves them a little bit more to go with something on the defensive side. I also wouldn't rule out a corner here. They seem like they've been a team that's been in the market for a corner for a lot of years. I know myself in fantasy, whether it's DFS, whether it's seasonal, I've picked on them quite a bit with some of my picks, so they might go corner here as well. But I'd be kind of shocked if they don't go Parsons here.
Best part about them getting picked apart completely is my dynasty stakes with Jeremy Chin. I love that guy.
Yes,
It works for me so much. Mr. 20 points a week. It's perfect.
Eric, what do you think? Corner here, linebacker here, they stop everyone and go quarterback.
Yeah, I think this is where we see the offensive side of the ball take a little pause. We're going to see the streak end, and I think we see defense coming off the board here. For me, if I am in those shoes in Carolina, I am asking myself questions like, how am I going to put pressure onto Tom Brady? How am I going to put pressure onto Matt Ryan, who now just added Pitts to his arsenal? So I'm definitely looking at someone who can disrupt, get two behind the line. Micah Parsons or maybe even Kwity Paye as someone who can come around that edge and disrupt things for opposing quarterbacks.
JC Horn.
JC Horn.
Oh, there we go.
Corner off the board. I had him further down, but you called it too. They have a corner need, and they have been in the market. Oh, I love seeing shots where they're just like all going crazy partying. This is awesome.
They said no more Jeremy Chin for you, Rob. No more.
All right, so we'll continue probably to see this defensive trend. Panthers go. Broncos are up next. And to me, what are the Broncos going to do? Do they even know what they want to do at quarterback right now? They just, like, what's happening there? Ron, what do you think? Broncos, again, just crowd the room, make everyone hungry and each other for the position. What are they doing?
Ooh, the intrigue starts here, doesn't it? I don't know, man. I mean, when you think about what they gave up for Teddy Bridgewater, a 6th-round pick is nothing for a guy that got a pretty decent-sized free agent contract from Carolina. So I don't think they're sold on him. I wouldn't be shocked if they go maybe Justin Fields here. I don't think that's bad. Also, I'm not going to be shocked if they trade out of this pick. I mean, they're a pretty, and I say this with a little bit of reservation, because I think as a roster from top to bottom, they're solid. I mean, they have tons of offensive weapons for whoever's back there. Line is decent, defense is decent, except that quarterback is shaky. But that quarterback position is kind of a biggie. It's kind of important. So I think I'm going to go, if they stay in this spot, I think I'm going to go one of two ways. I think they could add Micah Parsons to that defense since he slid again, or I think they go quarterback here, and I think they go Justin Fields. And I think that they let him maybe develop, they maybe see what they have in the other two guys, and kind of go from there. So I think it's Parsons, then Justin Fields.
Or do you think so much craziness has happened early offense in this draft? The Broncos sit there and think, who wants this pick more than us? Because we don't really know what to go for right now. Could this be where we see the first trade? I think it's still too early, but, just outside of the 10 that I predicted. Ron, Eric, any thoughts on maybe Broncos trading this pick?
I think this is the most likely spot that we see one. Like I said, there's not a lot of needs on that roster other than quarterback. And unless you're sold on Justin Fields, you're just kind of adding to your riches. I mean, I've seen a couple mocks where they even had them taking a receiver here to even add to that core, which is kind of silly. But also, I mean, it would just make it just almost unfair to try to cover them. But I think if we do see, I think this definitely could be a trade because that roster is so complete.
I think so as well. Eric, what about you?
Yeah, I'm looking over my big board now, and there are a number of spots that sort of slid and fill a need for Denver. So, that always lines up as at least the makings for someone who might try to trade out, right? If they feel like they can fill a need, 5, 7, 10 spots further down. And from what we've seen from Elway, they are a very active front office. So this spot does make a lot of sense in terms of, potentially where we could see someone make a move. At least reacting to the Bridgewater trade from a day or so ago. I think this is John Elway digging his heels in. He made his move. He got his guy, quote unquote, in Drew Lock, and he's bringing Bridgewater there as a means to support that. Right? They got someone for free. This is, in my mind, locked prove it year, and they've got their Bridgewater quarterback. Should they decide to move on and address quarterback next year, in my mind.
Well, not to interrupt you, but we have another friend joining us, and I could not be more excited to have Drew joining us. How are you?
I'm doing great, guys. Really enjoying the draft, and want to give credit to my friend Jason Braddock, who called the J.C. Horn pick to the Panthers on Instagram. So good for him. I didn't see that one coming, but Jason saw it.
Yeah, that caught us off guard as well. We were just talking about how there is the defensive backfield need for Carolina, but I don't think anyone was looking quite that far down the board when Horn went off.
Well, I mean, I think that Carolina would have taken Sewell, right, to protect Darnold. But I'm all in on Sam Darnold. I like Matt Rule. I love Joe Brady. He's done a lot of good things so far, especially at LSU. And you saw the kernels of what they were trying to do last year. Darnold really hasn't had a great opportunity. The Jets are a mess. Adam Gase is the worst. So I think Darnold has a real chance to surprise. And I could see me absolutely taking him as my second quarterback this year.
Yeah, I love that. And I feel like a lot of people maybe still feel a little bit from seasons past. And so maybe he's a lot of dynasty drafts, which makes him a fantastic value pick. But if they can go out and really secure him as their number one, support him with this stuff behind him, pick there with J.C. Horn. But ask Doc, they went heavy offense early. Were you excited? I mean, I was over here sweating bullets and excited for all these amazing offensive picks to go off the board so early. Ja'Marr Chase and Jalen Waddle back to back. What's your first thought?
Well, I mean, truly, there isn't one outstanding defensive, pass rusher this year like in years past. I mean, there are a couple of great guys in the secondary. Patrick Surtain's probably going to go to the Cowboys. But this is the year for good quarterbacks. This is a year for great receivers. And look, I thought Chase should go over Sewell. I put it out there on Twitter. You know, Sewell's a really solid player, but Ja'Marr Chase comes around once every 5, 6, 7 years. I mean, look what Justin Jefferson did with the Vikings last year. I think Chase could have that same impact. So when you can get a Waddle, I mean, Tua throws those quick, short passes. Waddle could take those passes 50, 60 yards. So I think you're talking about guys who fit the right offenses. I'm surprised Devonta Smith hasn't gone yet. I'm waiting for him to go any second.
Go to the Broncos next then?
Look, if I'm the Broncos, I heard what Eric was saying. Drew Lock, I'm really suspect. I don't think you pass on Justin Fields here. The upside may be too high. I mean, you've got Teddy B, you've got Locke, you have a lot of uncertainty here. I think you go Fields, but I don't know. That's what I would do.
Gotcha. Yeah. No, I think the other surprise, I guess a couple of people, was Trey Lance going to the Niners. I think that to me at least shows they have a bit more confidence in Jimmy Garoppolo for at least this year, time to grow. And then the future there for the Niners.
Well, you know, the truth is Mac Jones was a product of an amazing offense. Look at the receivers we're talking about. I mean, Smith and Waddle. I mean, these guys had Najee Harris. I mean, look who didn't he have out there? And I'm not saying he's not a good player, but he's not a guy that you take at 3. I mean, a Lance or a Fields in today's NFL, where it's so important to be able to run the football as a quarterback and throw and be athletic. I mean, Mac Jones has a dad bod. It's not like he's not a good quarterback, but you know, is this the guy that you're taking at 3 where Lance could be special and Mac Jones is going to be very good? And there's a difference. At number 3, I want special. So I think there's no way the 49ers trade up for Mac Jones. You trade up for a Fields, you trade up for a Lance, and anybody who is betting that Mac Jones prop bet at 3, I'm sorry you lost your money tonight.
I appreciate the dad bod comment. I did see a picture of Mac Jones with his shirt off earlier, and I did comment that somebody needs to get that boy a shake weight right now.
So true, right?
Sure that he'll be put through camp wherever he does land, and he will get rid of that dad bod. But it looks like the pick is in for the Broncos, so we'll know, are they going to go weapon or with something else crazy? Because the Broncos don't always seem to know what they're doing.
Well, I like the guy sitting in the chair there. He got all dressed up for this event.
I love that. People to listen in, but are they having first responders sit in those chairs? How are they picking these fans? Do you know?
No, I don't. That I don't know. But I mean, I like the idea. I just I don't know how they pick him. But this guy, he got all dressed up. He doesn't even have sleeves. It's nice. Oh, Patrick Surtain. There you go. So that's an example of the team realizing, yeah. Because you know what, Dallas was taking him at 10. I don't think there's any question on that.
Yeah, I think Jared. I don't think Jared's too happy right now.
Yeah.
No,
look,
probably
you
not.
have 2 great cover guys, and I think in today's NFL, you've got to have guys who can go one-on-one with the top receivers. If you don't have that, how do you compete? Who's going to stop, Tyreek Hill.
Yeah, especially in that division for sure.
Right. Exactly.
Sorry, I think that my cat Knox is to him a more exciting pick for some reason. I think he wanted a quarterback. That's why he continues to meow at me.
Can we see
and
your cat's
interrupt
draft?
me.
Can we see your cat's draft board at some point? Like he's not too happy about some of these picks, man. I'm curious to see how he's got it shaken out.
That he's got scratch marks through some of the ones that didn't go the way he wanted. But I'm sure he'll make an appearance. He always does. Anytime I do a podcast, he's so interested. Evening going. You look posted, ready to enjoy the whole draft.
Say that again. I'm sorry.
You look posted up and comfortable. You're like ready to just take in and enjoy.
Well, that's how I always look after the day is done. But I'm excited. Look, I'm a Giant fan. So, I mean, they've got the pick after the Cowboys. Will Devonta Smith still be on the board? Everybody in the New York area will absolutely want to see him and Galladay. I know I do. So it's, Dallas, this is an interesting pick. Should they trade this pick here? Because the guy that they wanted is obviously not there. So, do they take a Slater? I love the intrigue. I wish we had more trades. I know we had a lot of trades leading up to the draft, but of course I like, the nightly trades. But look, this is still the best weekend because the drafts start next week. I have 2 dynasty drafts starting next week. I can't wait.
Oh, absolutely. Just like that, he comes across the stage, and this is my cat, Knox. So here to just interrupt
Right on cue.
everything I do. Right on cue. I love it. So I called it earlier, Doc. I said I don't think I see any trades happening within the top 10. And I think that if the Cowboys don't make a move here, it can go that way.
Well, the Giants don't normally trade either. Gettleman is not the guy to trade. So, I mean, I know there was that rumor last week that, maybe the Giants will trade the pick. I don't see that happening. There's such when you want to move up, it costs you a lot. So unless you really want a guy, I think teams are very hesitant to do that.
Yeah, I absolutely agree there. Thoughts right now at what the Cowboys will do?
It's a really good question. I mean, I had Surtain peg there. I don't think anybody even thought that for a second. So I don't know. Dallas's defense really could use some help. We saw that defense last year. How many points did they let up in second halves of games? I mean, they were playing from behind all year long before Dak got injured. Remember that game with Atlanta and all his teams? So certainly somebody on the back end, certainly somebody that can get to the quarterback. I think Dallas, if they really want to get to the back deep in the playoffs, they got to improve that defense.
Yeah, just looking at the gaps for that Dallas roster, they're all on the defensive side of the ball, right? They need help at linebacker, they need help in the backfield, they need help on the line. So with all of the offensive fireworks that we saw here in the first handful of picks in tonight's round one, they sort of have their pick of the litter defensively, right? It seemed like they had their heart set on Surtain. Obviously, he's gone now. But Caleb Farley, Micah Parsons are fantastic consolation prizes, right? So maybe now that we are here officially in the double digits in terms of pick number, maybe we see Jerry slide back a little bit. Or if I'm him, I'm buttoning up Caleb Farley and feeling really good about what he adds to my defensive backfield.
Well, let's not forget, too, that you just paid your quarterback that's coming off a huge injury a ton of money as well. So maybe they look at offensive line here, too. I don't want to rule that out, 100%, but they just gave Dak a boatload of money, and we talked earlier about protecting those guys. So you've got a couple of good ones staring you in the face.
The Cowboys traded the pick
to
the Eagles, who they're coming up and getting Devonta Smith for sure.
They're going to get Devonta Smith, absolutely.
Yeah.
Wow.
They knew the Giants were going to take Devonta Smith.
And they couldn't let that happen. I'm so sorry.
It's funny. After all these years, I think I'm more of a fantasy fan than I am of my own team. I know how pathetic that sounds, right? But,
no, not at all. Not at all. There are some
tough.
days
it makes Sunday tough. Yeah, it makes Sundays tough.
It does. But, I think the Eagles did the right thing because, we thought when they were staying at 6, they were going to take Chase or Smith. So now they move up, they move back. Yeah. It's the right move. You've got to get an impact receiver. Jalen Reagor is okay, but he's certainly not a number 1.
Well, and Greg Ward is your 2. I mean, that tells you right there. I mean, that's your need, and I think this is something they absolutely had to do. But you're right, Doc. Yeah, that was the Giants pick all the way. So smart move for them.
Right. I mean, it's funny when teams telegraph their pick, like I think the Giants did. The Giants basically were even Mara was coming up and saying we need to improve our offense. You got to keep it close to the vest, otherwise the teams are going to do this. And look, smart move by the Eagles. You need to give Jalen Hurts weapons.
Yeah, and I'm refreshing here on my end. I'm not finding the details of that Dallas trade yet. Do either of you have the inside on what was given up for the Eagles to move up a few spots?
I don't see it yet.
I don't, but let's see if we can find it.
I like Devonta Smith. He's got a nice suit. Got the
Cowboys
DS
get
on.
number
That is a good
84 along with number 12. So they got pick 84 to move down 2 spots.
12 and 84. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, it's that weird roller coaster ride with the Dallas front office, right? It seems like on odd number years they play things by the book. They play them straight up and make some really solid plays. And then in even number of years, Jerry gets in there and starts pulling in all the offensive weapons that he's looking for. So I think it's a good ad for Dallas to move back just a couple of spots, and definitely makes sense that Devonta Smith is the likely one coming off the board here in a few minutes.
I mean, it really is a gift when you think about it. To move down 2 picks, they didn't. Once the guy they wanted was gone, I think you're right. I think they take Farley. I think that makes a lot of sense to me. So to get the 84 pick to move down, it's just really smart trade.
And that tells you too that they've got 3 guys at the top of that draft board that they're comfortable to get. And we talked about all the holes that they have. So you can, like you said, Doc, you move down 2 spots and you add a pick. I mean, I think with all the holes that they have, I think that's a no-brainer for sure.
Now, if I'm the Giants, I want to take Slater. I mean, you have to protect Daniel Jones at this point. You've added Galladay, you added Rudolph, you've got Saquon Barkley. Now this is the year to see whether Daniel Jones is the real deal or whether you have to move on for him. Protect him, give him an opportunity. If he sucks, move on from him. But at least you got to protect him.
Well, and the thing is, too, if he sucks, you're probably going to be picking right about here next year. So you got a shot at a quarterback then, or maybe even the following year. But we talked about that earlier, too. If you don't give these guys weapons, you guys mentioned Sam Darnold earlier. Do you really know what you have in him? We talked about the train wreck that the Adam Gase era was and all the lack of weapons he had. So 100% spot on. You got to protect that guy. You got to keep him upright, and you got to get him some weapons. And he's got a few weapons. They brought Galladay in, Saquon Barkley's back, but he can't get the ball to those guys if he's not standing upright.
The other guy watch out for the Giants is Micah Parsons. They really need an impact guy who can be a 3-down linebacker. If they go defense, I could see it's Parsons. That could be, but I do think Slater's the right pick.
It looks like it's in for the Eagles. And this is where you think Devonta Smith is going to call home, Doc.
I'd be the most shocked person in the state of Florida if he's not, because he's absolutely earmarked for that team.
Let's see if it's Justin Fields here. Let's say they go Justin Fields. Why not?
God. Could you imagine?
It's a completely. Well, he's the Heisman Trophy winner. He's got to call home soon. Kind of interesting to see him not go yet, but he's obviously a fantastic athlete. Had an amazing season in 2020 with 1,800 touchdowns. Quite a campaign worthy of the Heisman. I mean, I'm excited to see him go anywhere, but I'd love to see him land somewhere that we can find some good fancy value.
Were you guys surprised at how much Mel Kiper hated Zach Wilson?
I don't think at this point anything Mel Kiper does surprises me at all. So no, not really.
He did not have one good word to say about this dude, except he had a good arm. It was like, I hate you, I hate you, I hate you. Oh, he has a good arm.
Sometimes you do it just for the. Maybe he's just trying to be negative. It's all opposite and positive. He can say he was on the train the whole time. He was just,
Right. Unreal.
Yes.
This lady, she looks happy.
Oh, that's sweet. One of these days, guys, I want to go to the draft and I want to make the pick. That's the dream. Only for my Steelers.
All right.
And maybe Bob can get you the inside track for making a late round pick with the Steelers.
I would just be squealing so much. Super excited.
You would go crash to the hug between the player and the commissioner. We're all here.
Oh yeah, I absolutely would. And it's happened. Devonta is a Philadelphia Eagle. You called it, Doc.
Yeah. Great move by the Eagles, fantasy-wise. I mean, certainly a guy that I would be targeting happily, probably as my wide receiver 3. I mean, I think people get a little nervous with rookies, but he's walking into a great spot. He really is. He should be the number 1 receiver there right away. I know they got the tight end situation there that are good and Miles Sanders, but this guy's a special player. We saw him last year. He's an impact player. He's got a lot of speed. And Jalen Hurts, because of his mobility, a lot of plays break down. And I think Smith is going to be open. I mean, certainly in best ball, I'd be interested, but I can see him on a high stakes team being easily a wide receiver 3.
And one of the things too with the lead up to the draft is all this talk about his weight, and I couldn't be less worried about that. It's not like he's a running back that you're going to be handing the ball to 25, 30 times. I mean, he's a guy that's quick. He's got, he's in and out of breaks quick. You're going to come up with some plays that are going to get the ball in his hands in space, and you're going to take advantage of him. He's going to pay dividends for you, and I'm glad that they traded up for him. And I don't know if that's just kind of smokescreen stuff that gets thrown out, but I couldn't be less worried about his size. I think he's going to be a weapon for them for a long time.
Oh, yeah. I mean, look, they're comparing him to Calvin Ridley. I think that's not unfair, right? I mean, was Ridley a superstar year 1? No, but he was last year. And if you were on the Ridley train, you probably won a lot of your leagues. I think Smith is a guy, maybe not year 1, but year 2, monumental impact. He's very good.
And college, too. I mean, I know college is college, but big plays after big plays and big games after big games, too. You can't knock a guy for that.
Totally agree.
Well, absolutely. But the way that he also goes up in the end zone and the way he can just extend the play, those arms grow as he's going to make catch. And I think with someone like Jalen Hurts, who's going to have to work on scrambles and having to extend the plays, it's going to be great to have someone that has the presence that Smith has in the end zone, this sense of where feet and getting them down and being able to not only just reach and get the ball when it's 5 feet above him, but have his toe down where it needs to be in the corner to get that touchdown.
Yeah, I mean, I think Smith showed a lot of polish last year. That, I mean, he just, at the end of the season, how good was he? I mean, I know you mentioned his college is college, but you can still see talent. I mean, that guy had, absolute top 5 pick talent. I think he could have gone 4 or 5 and I wouldn't have been shocked, right? I mean, that's how good he is. So the fact that he, lasted, it looks like another trade. I may have been wrong. The Giants trade the pick. I'm shocked. Gettleman never does that. They traded to the Bears.
Oh, the Bears.
Oh,
They're
Chicago,
going
Bears.
quarterback.
Oh, what are
Justin
they gonna screw up now?
Justin
Oh man.
Fields.
Justin Fields. They're going
It's
for a
gotta be
quarterback here.
Fields.
That is surprising. So wait, Doc, the stat that you gave earlier, how you said that the Giants never trade their pick.
I'm totally wrong. Gettleman is really, I hate to say this word, a kind of a pig, right? Because he always wants a lot. So I would be shocked if the Giants didn't get a ton for this pick. Ton.
Well, hopefully they made their scream for it because, we all know how many things they need there in Chicago, and quarterback is at the top of that list.
No, look, it's a really good move. Fields, I think, he was honestly my 3rd best quarterback, even above Lance. So if the Bears can get Fields, I would think that team is pretty good. I mean, you've got a lot of pieces there. Oh, Adam Schefter's calling that.
And to move up 8 spots too, it's not like with Philadelphia moving down, 2 spots or moving up 2 spots. 8 spots is quite a bit. So the haul's got to be pretty sizable here, I would think.
Yeah, I missed it, but I think it's like a 5. There's like multiple picks going on, this year and next year.
I have animated Schefter just was in that shot. It's got to be a lot of picks to make him include hand gestures.
Yeah.
So I'm sure it was a lot. It might have put his phone more on fire than it normally is.
So do you think it's Mac Jones or do you think it's Justin Fields?
I think it's Justin Fields as well. I agree with you that Mac might be more of a product of being surrounded by amazing players, which makes me sad to see him sitting there all waiting for his phone to ring. The saddest part to me of draft day is watching those kids just wait for that phone to light up. But I think Justin Fields is the better pick here for the Bears. The fans want it.
Yeah, I've got Fields graded much higher than Jones myself. And also, one of the things that I love most about the draft is that it is an active marketplace, right? I think Chicago's sitting where they were in the draft, and they feel like they can potentially get Mac Jones sliding down to them where they sat, right? So for them to give up what is now sounding to be a pretty considerable haul to move up this far, it's got to be for what they see as a franchise quarterback And I would be shocked if it's not Fields coming off the board here in a minute.
So I'm seeing that there's a future 1 included in this
Oh,
move.
wow.
Ooh.
Not
I
seeing
told
the
you
whole,
Gettleman's a pig. I
not
told
seeing the whole thing. So,
That right.
you.
and I
You
would
didn't
think
believe
too, I would think too that they would have to go with a guy like Justin Fields, because how many times have the Bears gone with just your traditional kind of pocket passer type quarterback? I mean, they've got Andy Dalton, they've got Nick, they had Nick Foles, they had Mitch Trubisky. Let's give something else a try. Let's get an athletic guy back there that we can do a little bit of
Trubisky
stuff
was
with.
athletic, but he just didn't have any experience. I mean, really in college. But look, Fields he made a lot of mistakes, but you can't teach what he does. You can't teach running a 4.4. You can't teach that arm, right? He's just got a lot of projectability into that next level, really.
Absolutely. And I mean, they did Robinson. There was a lot of rumors about him finding a new home this offseason. So you got to keep your star wide receiver happy and get him someone new to get him the ball. And I think this is a fantastic fit there. And like you were saying, more athletic. He is good on his feet. He's going to be able to give them things they haven't been able to have in the past. So I'm excited if they take him here.
Now, if it is Fields the pick, when do we see him on the field as the Bears starting quarterback?
Week 4, week
Okay.
5, week
Okay.
6, or as soon as Andy Dalton gets hurt.
Yeah,
So
maybe
week
they
2.
Yeah,
maybe they pull
Preseason.
they pull an LA Chargers and they stab him in the lungs with the
That's true.
with a
That's
hypodermic
true.
needle
Oh my God.
and
Yes.
get Fields out there quickly, right? Like I'm a big proponent of following the money, right? And it looks like the official readout, they gave up 20 and 164 this year, first round next year, and a 4th round next year. Like
Wow.
front offices do not make that type of investment to see that player sitting on the bench for a prolonged period of time. So
Mhm.
week 4 might even be on the long side.
Right. If
for-
they're 1-2 to start the season, trust me. He's
yeah,
gonna-
exactly.
Yeah.
All right, make the pick already, Roger.
Let's
Come
go.
on.
Chop,
Let's go,
chop.
Big Raj.
He's reading a poem. What's happening?
He's very eloquent. The bard.
It's a
Roger
short name,
Goodell's
right?
going to deliver this pick
He's-
by way of haiku.
He's filibustering. He's filibustering.
Nothing like a good haiku.
I'm sure something meaningful is happening, and that's awesome. But I just want to know what the pick is. Like, just get crying out loud.
Come on, man.
Oh, yeah. He still didn't make it?
I'm going to take a nap here.
Yeah.
I know, right?
I love
Stop.
that
Go get
patience.
us. And the
I
Bears
saw that name
select.
pop up in the back, and I thought maybe they took a guy named Carlos Nelson for a minute.
And there we have it. Justin Fields.
It's happened. Let's
Well, you knew when Justin
go.
Fields moved back into the living room, he was going to get picked.
for
Yeah.
sure. It wasn't just to
Set
see
up-
who was getting
Set up
taken
that,
next.
that cinematic
It
shot.
was,
right?
I'm taking that. I'm going to be on TV.
Yeah.
All
Love it.
right,
This
guys,
is a,
enjoy the rest of the draft.
thank you so much for.
Okay, thanks for having me on.
Thanks, Doc.
Okay.
Hey, Doc.
And then let's go
Hey,
ahead
here
and,
we
and
are.
get
We've
Rob
got-
back in because I think is he available or did he go get another beer?
I think he might have stepped away, but he'll be back here before too long. We got a few more friends popping in as the evening goes on as well. But here now in Chicago, Justin Fields in one fell swoop. Allen Robinson goes from playing with his best quarterback ever in Andy Dalton to his best quarterback ever in Justin Fields. What's the initial gut reaction for what this does for the Chicago offense?
I mean, I think the word help is an understatement here. They needed someone. They needed something to hang their hat on, to get excited about, and someone like Justin Fields is going to do that for him. Not just to be able to sling the ball down the field as currently in his highlights, but he has great mobility, great presence in the pocket, and he can extend the play as well. So I think he's, again, someone that we're not going to see sitting on the bench for too long.
No, and he would have been, I joined you guys a little bit after the third pick. And what I don't understand about Justin Fields is when you compare him with Trey Lance, I think if you compare the ceiling and the freak athleticism, I think you give the notch to Trey Lance. But to me, I'm going to go with the guy that's also a freak athlete and played at a big school and played in some big games. And I know you hear people talk about the tradition of Ohio State quarterbacks in the NFL. I'm gonna kind of throw that out the window for right now. You look at that position for Chicago. You've got Andy Dalton there. You've got Nick Foles. Nothing exciting about that whatsoever. You've got game manager type guys. In Justin Fields, you've got a guy like you said, Sam, that he's going to extend plays. He's going to make plays with his feet. I mean, he had his measurables are off the charts. I think that it gives kind of a shot in the arm to that offense. You've got some guys. You've got David Montgomery who stepped up. You're going to get Tariq Cohen back. You've got Allen Robinson. Darnell Mooney proved to be a nice little sneaky, fantasy wide receiver and a real life wide receiver last year. So I think this is a really, really nice pick for Chicago. I like them doing something. And say what you want about the Bears, they're not afraid to go get their guy if they got to give up some draft capital to do it.
Absolutely. And I mean, at least with someone like Justin Fields, and I love that you brought up David Montgomery. We've all kind of, I'm sure, been on him those last 2 seasons. However, he does have the ability to catch the ball effectively. Last season, he did 54 receptions on 68 targets. Hopefully, with someone like who's used to slinging it all around the field, pun intended, I will go ahead and take that one. I think that he's going to find a good fantasy, good direct the dynasty, value there for owners.
Agreed.
Yeah, it makes sense to look at this move through the fantasy lens, right? We now have someone who not only is competent and will manage the game akin to the players that he's replacing, but can very much so open things up in the drop of a dime, right? So I do think this is a big plus for all of the receivers and the passing game overall. Kind of backing out to the NFL level, I also think the Bears are looking around the NFC North and realizing, especially with this discontent coming out of Green Bay, that they could very, very readily be the leaders of that division in short order, right? So, I'm with Ron entirely, right? Like, I am a big believer that if someone grades out high on your board and you think he can change the trajectory of your franchise, you go get him, right? So big moves. But fortune favors the bold.
Absolutely. It looks like we got the Cowboys pick in next. And so everyone was leaning defense on this pick next, right?
Yeah, that's where my head is. We talked about a few guys that have probably slipped a bit further than they really should have. So again, a heady play from the Cowboys front office to move back and pick up a free spot later in this year's draft. With all of the buzz around cornerbacks coming, at least originally pointing towards Dallas, Caleb Farley still makes a lot of sense for me. He's the highest ranked corner on my board. So if I had to put a pin in it, that's where my money's going right now. Does
the injury history with Farley scare you at all?
I mean, it's a fair consideration, right? But it's also a full contact sport with freakishly giant human beings, right? I think most people have injury history in their background, right? I do think that it does play into the overall consideration, though. Without that in-person combine, one thing that I'm hearing really, really slipped and was impacted was the ability to get a good medical report from each team's individual medical group, right? So Farley could be slipping because of just that kind of uncertain waters about how he checks out physically from a medical standpoint.
Well, and to speak to what you said about the medical reports, I heard Gil Brandt on some of the NFL radio coverage earlier talking about he was telling Pat Kerwin that, with him talking to GMs, Gil Brandt, the Godfather, well connected, that these teams only had about 65% of the normal data that they have to usually work with. So that, that could be something that we can see kind of factor in here too. I'm kind of with you on that. I'm not too concerned about the injury history with Caleb Farley. I like a guy that, you've seen him on Instagram, you've seen him on Twitter coming out saying they're, just basically draft me, I'm ready to go. I love a guy that's got that confidence and to go to match up with some of those receivers in the division with my boys, Scary Terry McLaurin in Washington, whatever their names are right now. You got to have a guy that can match up with those wide receiver ones. And I wouldn't be surprised if that's where they go. Micah Parsons still sitting out there. Also offensive line. I don't want to rule that one out just yet either.
Looks like we've got the pick in. Someone is announcing it right now. While they're announcing that, let's go ahead and bring Rob back in. Did I do it right? Yeah. Nailed it.
Nailed it.
Right in time for this pick, and the Cowboys are taking Micah Parsons. Comes off the board finally. So love to see it. I think Parsons is still incredible athlete, and Cowboys him on their team. Man, when you talk about a team that was hurting for defensive help, Cowboys on top of that as far as how last season went. Micah Parsons is going to go a long way in helping that.
Well, you had Sean Lee finally retire too, and it's not to say that Sean Lee's been a factor for a few years, because Sean Lee's a great player when he's on the field, but he just couldn't escape the injury bug. And I know that he said, I don't know if he's going to be brought into the fold or not, he'd like to get into coaching. Maybe you bring him in as kind of a mentor to Micah Parsons. I think that's a great thing. But Micah Parsons is a guy that's he makes plays all over the field. He's by far the best inside defensive player, inside linebacker that you got in this draft. And we talked about too, I don't think that the Cowboys could really screw this up going corner or going linebacker, but I think this may be just a matchup of best player on their board with one of the biggest needs on their board.
Absolutely, definitely took that big need off. Rob, what were you going to jump in there with?
Oh, I was just having a great old time. I mean, I saw that I came back and I missed Doc at the same time, but this is a great pick for the Cowboys. They needed that defensive pass rush. They needed something to slow that game down. You can't – ultimately, this could be why Dak was injured. He was throwing the ball almost all the time. They didn't slow it down with Zeke. I don't even know what's wrong with him other than the offensive line, and they need to redo some of that as well. But this helps that pass rush. This helps that overall game. Dude's a monster. He's going to provide for them and make everybody else's job easier, and that's what you need. Plus, he's definitely going to be on – well, I can't say he'll be on my dynasty team, but he's going to make a lot of dynasty teams and IDP leagues as well, too. He's going to be a sleeper. A lot of people are going to go for all the big names. We all know, everything from White, so on and so forth. But this guy, you can sneak in if you have a 2-linebacker format while everybody's popping them. Grab a good safety corner, grab down, grab him, pair him up. That's what you do.
My one question here for you guys, is there a space where Jerry Jones inhabits that doesn't look like some sort of Bond villain lair? Because when you look at that draft room, which was the big circle couch, like a la Dr. Evil set from Austin Powers, come on, could he look more like a villain that should be trying to get Superman on some kryptonite? Crying out loud.
I'm still not convinced that Jerry Jones doesn't have at least 3 or 4 clones of himself that he has at all times, everywhere else. I think that's just he's got the money to do it, right? I mean, if anybody was going to do it, he'd be the guy.
Oh, absolutely.
Man, I am fully with him. When I am damn near 100 years old and rich as can be, I am absolutely going for the mad scientist, evil villain aesthetic that he's pulling off so well.
Right, he's looked the same since 1990.
Yeah.
It's like literally it's the same Jerry Jones, and it doesn't change the haircut. I think ultimately that's what got him mad about Jimmy Johnson when they started talking about Jimmy Johnson's hair, and he was like, "What? What are they talking about? No, it's mine. Go away." He fires him. What? It's all about the hair in the end, people.
Absolutely, yeah. But I just had to point that out because I was just laughing. Like, really, Jerry? Every single is just a Bond villain lair. It's just ridiculous. But the Chargers are on the clock next.
He just needed somebody running around as like mini him too, like a little just white haired little person.
I wouldn't count that out. You could see that at some point. I wouldn't. Let's not dismiss that just yet.
I think it's more likely to have or some sort of animal he's just him, just very docile. Or an eagle, perhaps, makes more sense. But we've got the Chargers here. I think Mac Jones is going to have to wait a little bit longer because I think that the Chargers are going to go quarterback. I'm pretty sure they're really happy with how Justin Herbert has worked out this past season.
Yeah, how could they not be, right?
Absolutely.
They stabbed poor Tyrod Taylor to get him in as soon as they could. And I mean, he was the unanimous rookie of the year for a reason, right? It's interesting I think we're going to see offensive line come off the board for the Chargers here, and I think we're going to keep the trend going. Right, if you go back over these last handful of drafts, the teams that drafted a rookie quarterback the prior year, who performed at least average to slightly above average, that following year they're real quick to invest heavily in the offensive line. So I think this is where you see Rashawn Slater come off the board, and just imagining what Air Bear can do with a few more seconds behind an improved line, that offense is going to be explosive.
And what I don't understand with Tyrod Taylor is he's been benched before. It's not like you had to pull this covert operation to get him injured to sit him down. I mean, he's not kept a job anywhere he's been. He's used to it. It's probably going to happen to him in Houston this coming season. But I want to point out something. I don't want to get too ahead of us just yet. But Mac Jones is sliding, ladies and gentlemen.
There it is.
Bill
It's
Belichick.
happening.
Bill Belichick is getting his little evil villain self, going as well. In his little war room draft lair also. I think do we see a half smile from Bill Belichick? I don't know.
I know.
Maybe.
I don't know that we'll be so lucky to see a half smile. It's a full moon and all the planets are aligned. However, it is maniacal to see these trades happen back to back. I agree. I think they're going to go offensive line. Vikings, I'm not sure where they'll go, but I feel like Mac Jones could slide to the Patriots here, and Bill will trade up. He's just going to be did it again. No big deal.
Yeah, that's what I do.
I mean, there's no way around it right now. I mean, unless he doesn't want a quarterback, but that 1-year deal with Cam showed that he's really not committed into Cam, and that he's more about getting somebody ready for that offense, because he does run a complicated offense.
Or,
Absolutely.
I wouldn't rule it out, too, with it being Bill Belichick, that he's talked himself into later on Kellen Mond, Davis Mills, one of those guys, too. But
Yep.
I think it's going to be hard to pass on Mac Jones. You're sitting here at 15. I don't know how much fire there is to that smoke of them trading up, but he's sitting here ripe for the picking. Like you said, Rob, I don't know about the Cam Newton signing. Maybe he's the bridge to Mac Jones. Maybe Mac Jones is ready to step in. I don't know. But I think it's awfully, awfully tough for them to pass on him here at 15.
Yeah, I agree. I totally agree with that. And you've seen this last year, too, that there was times that Bill did not believe in Cam, and he saw through Cam. And I think that it doesn't matter really what Cam does. He could come back and have this great year, but in the end, I think he's gone no matter what, and that this is Jones's team to go forward. But, I mean, he's got to get there. Got to get this pick done, right?
He's got to get the pick done. And then I was just looking to see who I think that the take, and I'm in my notes, I've got defense line twice, so I'm pretty sure that they're not going to be threatening any offensive picks there for Bill to get in the way. I think that we see Tucker go there, perhaps. We pay there as well, a really talented edge rusher that I would love to see come off the board soon.
Yeah, I think it makes a whole lot of sense. If we are leapfrogging up to Minnesota now, I think it makes a lot of sense to expect Zimmer to stay on the defensive side of the ball where his forte is. On the whole, that defensive unit is pretty much replacement level. So if we're looking at who can make the biggest impact, I would agree it's probably Kwity Paye, right? He would come in as arguably one of their most talented players on the defensive side of the ball from day one. But yeah, these next couple of picks are unfortunately going to be sort of a sideshow while we all wait to see what happens with New England at 15.
I know, we're all just going to be here just waiting and biding our time. The Chargers pick is in, so we'll see if they go offensive line here.
Travis Etienne is still out there too, so it's kind of helping your Steeler ploy for Najee. It's still kind of helping you.
Hey, you know what? This is where I start to just hold my tongue. I don't want to, I've spoken my piece at the big. I don't want to be too pushy with what happens for the Steelers. Not say fall too, but what happens for us. Also, wouldn't put it past Bill Belichick to just make me cry and take, because why wouldn't Bill just go and just upset me? I feel like he knows what would upset me because he's done it many times before. But hopefully the Chargers pick gets in here quickly and we can move on to the Kings. And also, we got to talk about the Cardinals coming up after the pick. made a lot of amazing offseason moves.
Mhm.
They've, I think, had one of the best off seasons in the
Rashawn
league.
Slater.
Rashawn Slater,
Nice.
Later
Yeah.
it is.
Yeah.
crossing him off my board. Another one
I
goes.
love how we're all paper people. Ron, you might have missed that. Are you working off of a digital format, or you got a piece of paper that you're striking through like the rest of us?
I gotta say right now I've got everything kind of split screen here digitally, but I will say, I'm that guy that still walks into any draft I do is in person, and everybody's got their laptop and their phone out. I've got my cheat sheet. I've got a pencil. That's all I got. So when I'm going that route, I'm definitely a paper guy for sure. But tonight I had too much going on. Wanted to have that access digitally and make it a little easier on myself.
Oh, for sure. It's helpful to pull up stats, but like I like to have my notes that I was scribbling before I went to bed 2 nights ago and just being like, don't forget that. I didn't go to bed until very late last night. I'm very tired.
I
sure that all of us
actually
are.
slept like a baby. I slept like a baby. I have a master's in sleeping. It's just, or maybe a doctor. We should say I am a doctor 5 over in sleeping. I hit the
Well,
sack
'cause-
and it's out.
It's because your Rams don't have any picks for you to worry about. Right?
Well, yeah.
Yeah, there's not much. You didn't have to do much prep for the Rams. Like
Not at all. Yeah, tomorrow. I mean, I do. I know that I would like to see them get Aaron Donald some help, and that's what really bothered me last year. Is I think Aaron Donald was overwhelmed at times, and I thought Brockers would step up a little more. Maybe Sue was really that other person that gave him that presence to make him that dominant, and Donald was still dominant. It'd be nice to get that, but we need line. So I wouldn't mind a guard because I think that would really help Cam Akers in the way his style runs, a good pulling guard. But at this point, we have 3 picks tomorrow, and that's not bad. I think, it's 3. That's not bad. So why not take it?
Yeah.
Right?
While Sam is reveling in taking a victory lap around the Rams, rather, I would literally trade anything to be in that position because my Texans aren't doing anything of significance in the draft for at least another year. So
I know.
Yeah.
Are they just like setting the building on fire so that they can build a new one? Like, what's going on?
yeah. I don't know how closely anyone's been following it, but Jack Easterby came over as like a spiritual consultant with Bill O'Brien, and he's got like a weird like Rasputin relationship with the McNair family. Like he is the one pulling all the strings, and he is sabotaging this thing. He's tearing it down from the inside. It's wild.
It's
There's
not
some really
good.
good reporting out of the Houston Chronicle. Actually, Jason Braddock will be joining us here in a little bit, and he's got his finger on the pulse of Houston sports as well. So maybe he can give us a bit of an inside tale of some of the shenanigans that Easterby's pulling off.
Trade
What?
alert! Trade alert! The Vikings have made a trade. What? What
Whoa!
is
It's the
happening?
hoodie. It's got to be the hoodie.
Bill is up to
It's gotta be the
something.
hoodie.
He's
gotta
doing
be the hoodie.
something. What is happening? Traded with the Vikings. Would love to see what they got for.
It's the Rams. They're
Who's
coming
left
in and
on the-
taking Jeremiah Onausukomoa. That was a trip, bro. That was a trip.
That's. Who are the Jets taking right here? Up to get. They got their quarterback, and I think that they've got
Okay.
plenty of picks to round out their team. And another offensive guy, maybe. Would you think Rondell Moore, Todd Bateman?
Sam
Mr.
is not going to say any running backs names right now.
Why would you be so mean?
Running backs do
Damn.
not exist. That is not a position. There's now 10 men on that side of the
This
ball.
is it.
I don't even have it on
Travis Etienne.
word.
This has to be.
Travis Etienne.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Wait. Oh, I gotta say though, I always call him Tevin Campbell because I think of Can We Talk? With Tevin
Oh my
Coleman.
Being 40 years old, I can appreciate that reference like you wouldn't believe. So I'm with you on that.
Talk for a minute.
Yes,
You
sir.
know?
Oh my
Yeah.
God.
Najee would probably fit them a little better with the way that they're combined with Samaji. But maybe they're
What?
gonna.
Stop. Shh.
Yeah, I know.
I don't want them to hear it. They're in the middle of the pick. Actually, the Jets pick is in. Oh God.
They
Christian
can have a
Darrisaw.
linebacker.
I think it's Christian Darrisaw.
Darrisaw, okay.
Okay. Yeah. That would work.
I could
That
see
would
it,
work.
yeah.
I mean, if you're gonna have 2 picks this big, just pick everything. Do what you do.
Just pick everything you need
Well-
to not only protect your new quarterback.
Well, and where they were sitting too, these mocks with these offensive linemen have been getting pushed up quite a bit the last couple of weeks. I mean, I've seen mocks with, obviously with Sewell, with Slater, you've got Darisaw, you've got Vera Tucker. I've seen mocks with Tevin Jenkins going in the top 20. So
Wow.
maybe they're sitting at a place where they feel like they're not going to get one of those guys. And, it's kind of like we talked about before. You got to keep that quarterback upright.
Actually,
Right.
what was their previous pick before this? Their next pick wasn't going to be till 23. So yeah, maybe they
23.
couldn't wait.
You see,
Does that
this is
mean they
why the
lost?
Jets suck, though. This is
What
why
a
the
Jets
Jets
thing
suck.
to do, right?
Yes, this is why they give Bill Belichick. This is why that division. You want to just take everybody in that division, but the Bills finally standing up and just give them a good shake. Like, come on, man.
Does that
And
mean
anyone seeing the details on what they shipped out to move up a dozen spots or so?
Does-
I'm not.
look like it? I will do a quick cursory
I'm
search, but
going right in.
Not seeing it.
the trade is in and none of us know what it is. Now I got to know if the Vikings are now going to be picking ahead of my Steelers. Although the
Right?
Vikings don't need a running back.
Yeah, they don't need a running back. I think you're good there.
Yeah, I think. No, I'm not seeing it either.
Mm-mm.
Like, Twitter ain't got it up yet.
Come on, Adam Schefter. What's the point of you being there?
Come on, man. Aren't we on
Adam,
a
you
three-way
have
call
one-
with Adam all the time?
Yeah, Adam has one job. Come on. It's
Yeah,
one
Yes,
job.
that's to tell us fun stuff.
And he really truly only works a couple days of the year.
Yeah,
Draft
right?
day and
Oh, that's Mel Kiper by a long shot. He works
I guess
like
that's true.
one
Yeah.
day.
Yeah. Shefty
Yeah.
is pretty hardworking.
Yeah,
I
he
did
works a few more days.
I've seen him on campus at ESPN once. And was he holding 2 phones? Yes. And the other time I saw him, he was still holding those 2 phones and on a computer. So, sure, he's always
Do the work.
very, very.
Do the
always,
work, stay connected.
yeah, and always well dressed. He's
Mhm.
always.
Yeah, I
you
mean,
got to give Shefty
gotta.
that. He's got a great suit game, cut. Never
does.
knows when the camera's going to be there to turn us what trade just happened.
And for as much as
Yeah.
he does too, he looks very well rested most of the time. Also, he looks like he always gets the right amount of sleep. He eats right. Does it the right way.
Mhm.
Yeah. I feel like he probably
I-
also meditates a lot. Like it would be not surprising if I learned that he has like a very succinct meditation like regime that he keeps to like keep it good.
That or just some kind of like a martial art. That's what helps me. I mean, on Wednesdays, I get to hit a bag, and eventually I'll get back to sparring real people, which was fun. But you get to hit a bag, and if you're just having a bad day or something like that, or say you went to mow the lawn and you tripped and fell or something dumb, you go in there, you just slam that bag for a minute, you come right out, and then you just like sometimes it was hard for me to do it, bring the pain. I was like totally like at rest. I was like, oh, I feel good. And it's happy because that's the things when you have like yoga, when you have some kind of outlet, you can just be calm, smooth. Feels great.
Oh geez. All right. Well, let's get back to pick is in for the Jets, who made a trade with the Vikings just to shock all of us
Or to hurt
Come
you.
or to hurt us. Like
I got my fingers crossed for you.
the offensive line, like you were saying, they got to go get their guy. You move up to get
Just
your
go get a
guy.
linebacker. Why not? You need defense too.
Yeah, there's a lot of amazing players that are falling. You've got.
Josh Allen. Come on.
I'm pulling for Kwity Paye. I want to see him go across the stage. Let's go.
They took
No.
guard, Verba Tucker. Elijah Verba Tucker.
Elijah
Yeah.
Vera Tucker off the board. Good pick, Jets. Good job, guy.
Good job.
I like that.
Good try. Good effort. Thank you.
You go get your player. Good for you.
I am no longer interested in anything other than watching Sam sweat running back for the rest of the first.
Oh man.
Well, I don't know if you guys just saw this. Mac Jones just picked up the phone and he looked like a very happy kid.
Oh,
Oh, it's gotta be.
It's
It's
happening.
gotta be.
Maybe he's talking to Najee Harris, who just got drafted. Who knows?
No, he didn't get drafted. He's okay.
Oh, okay. They are teammates, so he could be. You never know.
Don't start with me.
I am not here for this.
I'm not here for this. Elijah Vera Tucker went after that trade at 14. Patriots are on the board now. Belichick's going to pull some sort of wizardry and 2 players in this single pick just because he's that person.
Right.
Okay, wait.
That's
Real-
exactly what's gonna happen.
He'll find some draft loophole to exploit and get a couple of different
Oh,
guys. Yeah, that's what he does.
Absolutely.
We'll trade with the Rams. Rams won't have a pick till like 2030. I'm like, yeah, whatever, man. I'll just sit here. I'm like, yo, I don't even know. It'll be like those people that wait all their lives to see a championship. It's like, never know when the next draft will be for the Rams in the first round. These sad stories.
Now I'm just very sweating bullets. Look, this is how I get. Like, we're so far away. This is the 15th. And I've got, what is that? I'm bad at math.
9 more picks.
You got 9 more picks.
Yeah. But
Sweating.
going back, being the Steelers, one thing I was thinking about today was Mason Rudolph. And I saw that they gave him a year extension today as well, unless that came through yesterday. But when I saw it today, how do you feel about that? I mean, that was the guy that you got. I remember that whole draft. I was looking at my wife, and I'm like, huge Steeler fan, second generation on that. And she's like, I was like, you're going to get Mason Rudolph. And it worked out for them. What do you think? You think he can do it?
I think that's just, security, in my opinion. We've got Haskins as well. There's Ben. I just do not see him being anything more than the playbook. No reason to bring on another bench warmer. He's just there to be a warm body, and sometimes just to be a body. He's just there. It looks like the pick is in for the Patriots, so sweating doesn't have to wait too much longer to see what Bill is going to do to upset my
I'm
life.
surprised he's not wearing a hoodie.
The dog makes another appearance like he did last year. Do you guys see that when the cam went to him and it was just the dog sitting there making the picks?
Sitting at the laptop. Yeah.
That was amazing.
That's the real
the
genius.
veil is removed.
Maybe that's been the
wheel.
secret for the last 21 years. Maybe that's why they've won so much.
The
Yeah,
dog's like Steve.
Yeah, the dog's been making the picks this whole time.
We never known.
The pick.
You're like Tom Brady. Give him a good sniff one day.
Jeez.
There
Come
he is.
on.
How
Wait, I'm on delay.
did
Rob,
my
what do we
TV
got?
skip? Not yet. He's talking. He just wants to talk. Is that Robert Kraft?
It's not Robert Kraft.
All of Pittsburgh needs to know.
No, it's not.
It's not okay. It's not okay.
Is that Rex Ryan making the pick?
Shock. Rex Ryan's now making the pick for the Patriots.
I don't see a sweater vest over the suit though, so I guess it's not.
Yeah.
Zach Jones.
Mac
Jones.
Jones.
There it is.
Jones, there it goes.
Man, what a Patriots thing to happen.
Yes.
That is
So bad
such
to
a
have-
Patriots move.
Well, and
To have
of all
the
the
quarterback that they
teams-
arguably wanted most, just
Yeah, of
slip
all the
right
teams-
He's
to
like
him.
John Walker. He's like John Walker.
Yeah.
It's like Tom Brady. You're gonna start seeing all the Captain America memes now with the Patriots. And it's John Walker.
Oh, yeah.
Right there.
Of
Mac
all the
Jones.
teams to have it fall to them the way they want it to fall to them, of course, because the Patriots, of course.
Of
Yeah,
course.
no, this feels so Bill Belichick orchestrated. Something in some sort of WhatsApp message to scare people into what they were doing, and Mac Jones just fell to him so easily. Didn't have to make a move up to get that quarterback that's going to be for them. And I mean,
No.
signing Newton to one additional year just gives Jones that little bit of comfortability to not have to be the guy right away, but get trained up, and I'm sure the Patriots are going to surround him with every talent he needs.
Well, and another reason this had to happen is what's Mac spelled backwards?
Cam.
Okay.
Hey.
Whoa.
Look, you're just blowing our minds, brother.
Oh my God.
There it is.
Brilliant.
Okay. Now you scare me. because I really thought, like, if there was some weird way that the Patriots and Tom Brady would have faced off in a Super Bowl against each other. Now, the only thing that needs to happen is Cam needs to untimely get hurt. Zach comes in, leads them to the Super Bowl, and then there goes your Tampa Bay. And if that happened, I might not watch that Super Bowl. I might just listen to it.
About that happening, there's no way in hell that would happen.
I
No,
gotta
the
say,
Patriots.
of all the prospects, of all the quarterback prospects, I think I'm the most excited to see Mac Jones, just to see what exactly he is, because he's not that freak athlete. There is a lot to like about him, but I think I'm more excited to see where he ends up than probably any of these guys, including Trey Lance, just because of all the intrigue of him going at 3 and then not going at 3 and then sliding down. What does he become? When does he start? Is he the guy from day one? I don't know.
I don't think he's the guy, but I think he is their future. We are going to, if you're in Dynasty, he's a dart throw for now. But, he could be the sophomore year too, breaks out. I feel like his second year is going to be his breakout year. And then in that time, they could go out and get him an additional weapon or two. Don't forget, they did just sign 2 really good tight ends. So not necessarily hurting in the fact of receivers. And being back to 2 tight end set with a player like that, I think that actually, damn it, Bill, you've done it again.
Yeah, I said that when they did both those tight ends. I said he's going to go back to that because last year the running game and how he kind of made an emphasis on that. And I'm not going to say Mac Jones is Cam Newton in like speed and talent, like on that, but you can almost run the same plays with both those players. And what's really good, sit him. He got in last year. So I think Jones gets in this year. He has to. I don't, unless he's third, but I don't think he's third string.
But I feel like we were saying maybe week 4. I think this is more like week 10, week 12. Like it's going to be early.
Yeah. Unless
But I have seen quite a people that do this for a living, that analyze the draft way more than I do, talk about how they think Mac Jones is the one that's probably the most ready to take over a job. So I don't know. You can maybe argue with that, maybe not. I don't know. I've seen that argument too. A lot of the weapons that he had there. Yeah, he had some pretty hellacious weapons there, but the fact of the matter is he's playing in the
And that's
SEC
right
is
there.
the ball. It's so catchable, and it's just he's not trying to throw it through the guy's chest. He's throwing it right where the guy needs it. He's throwing it over his shoulder running. He's throwing it in traffic. He makes all the throws, and there is a lot to like, but there is also a lot of question marks as well.
Yeah. I'm not. I want to qualify this correctly. I'm not making a Mac Jones and Tom Brady comp, but in terms of where Mac Jones is strongest, there are a lot of comparables, right? Like he's shown an ability to throw a guy open. Ball placement is one of his areas of strength. His ability to make those kind of subtle movements within a pocket. Those are all things that Brady was able to build his career on, and obviously Belichick was able to build an offense around. In terms of when Mac Jones, sees the field, I think it's going to be the Patriots story all over again, right? They're gonna set out. They're gonna read and react. They're gonna see how it unfolds and really let that decision come to them, right? If they're a few weeks in and they're still in contention and maybe they're lacking with Cam Newton's on-field production. Maybe he gets bumped in a little bit earlier, or he could just as readily sit for a while if Buffalo and Miami are just boat racing them out of the division.
Okay, looks like the Cardinals pick is in. Who we going with?
Collins. Zach Collins.
Zach Collins, you think?
Yep. Yeah, as it is. It is. It's him. They picked him.
Zaven Collins. Okay, nice.
Zaven. Zach.
I like that.
I need glasses. I can't see that far. TV's in the other room.
I'm like,
sorry.
Names that aren't on my board.
Yeah, Rob just makes names up. This is great. Like, oh, wait a minute. He needs glasses. You can't read the TV in the other room, even though it's like huge.
And that seems a little bit earlier than I've seen him going in mocks. I've seen him kind of at the end of that round, so that's a definite need pick. I thought maybe they might have looked at Caleb Farley here potentially, but I think this is a nice fit as well. What do you guys think?
Yeah, no, I think for them there definitely filled the need. I mean, like I was saying earlier, I think the Cardinals did a really good job this offseason, so I'm going to see them going nuts here and doing anything else crazy. I think this is a really good safe. Obviously, they just signed JJ Watt, so I mean, someone else young to come in and also learn under him. That's fantastic. So I love it there. I think that the Cardinals are going to be a this coming season. And you don't like it. I can see, Rob.
No. I know that they're good and they have some great weapons, but that's when we were talking earlier about Doc when he said you need a corner. That's what helps with Ramsey. You put him on, DeAndre Hopkins, and you just got to worry about the other people. But now on offense, or defense, you have Watt. You have the addition of Collins. And this is going to make people this would make Goff uncomfortable, especially with San Francisco coming back and having a good defense. And then Seattle's always going to be there. That's why I love the Stafford pick. I think he's going to work out. That does scare me, but I'm true to test that Aaron Donald will hold that fort. I really do. We got to get him some help.
I love it. Eric,
well, it looks like we have. Yeah, we've got our next friend jumping in here. So let me pull in Jason Braddock. Welcome you into the stream. We are officially at the turn now. We're just starting the second half of the draft. So Jason, thanks for joining us. Love to hear how you're feeling it's coming together so far.
No, it's my pleasure. Thank y'all guys and ladies for having me. Looking forward to the conversation. How do y'all think the draft unfolded? Surprises? What moments have really caught you by surprise or off guard?
I gotta say, what caught us, of course, was San Francisco going back, and then everything just playing into the Patriots, which we all didn't want to see, or even muster, or even swallow that spoon of sugar, because it ain't sugar for us. Let's know that.
As far as the Patriots side, Rob, for me, if you're not a Patriots fan, this is the pick you're pulling for. The nightmare is that that you look at the situation here where, Justin Fields went 11. If he falls to 15, that's the nightmare scenario. That's the number 5 prospect on my top 55 prospect list. So if Justin Fields goes to the Patriots, you go from 20 years of Tom Brady. You go to 20 years of Tom Brady to, let's say, 10, 15 years of Justin Fields. That's the nightmare scenario. But if you're in a situation where they go Mac Jones, and I know he's been hyped up because San Francisco's talked about the possibility of selecting him with a third pick. That would have blown my mind. Mac Jones is my 52nd ranked prospect in this draft. Him going to New England, have at it.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think what Sam was talking about, she predicted kind of the whole offensive run rate there. And then, the couple trades right there with the Giants and the Cowboys and how things kind of played into. That was nice. We didn't really think something was going to happen like that. But I see he's out. He can't hear us, can he?
That's okay. You can finish your sentence.
Well, at that point.
I'm listening, Rob.
I wanted to bring it into the whole Texans talk since we got him and Eric in. I wanted to bring the Texans talk back up because
of course.
These guys must definitely bleed that, and I want to hear we have hope. The Steelers have hope.
Please.
The Colts. Oh, wait a minute. The Colts have hope. The Texans up here, if that's where it is on my screen, up there with Eric.
Hopeless.
And when Jason
entirely
gets
hopeless.
Who do you have? You got David Johnson.
I want to say, as a Colts fan, couldn't be prouder to have Houston in my division, and I hope they stay there forever. I love having them as an opponent twice a year.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, fantastic.
You live in that apparently is a nicer, easier division. It's not like the NFC West or the AFC North when you have all these crazy people coming around. Jason, we were just talking a little bit about Houston and stuff while, the pick is in for the Raiders, but, we want to talk a little bit about Houston and what you think, between you and Eric, what you want from this draft for your team.
As far as what I want for the draft,
Yeah.
for who?
The Houston.
Well, I'm not a fan, per se. I've covered them for a while and everything, but where I think the Texans might go, where you're sitting at, the offensive line, they've stabilized, but you really need to go on the interior. There's some positions there, but they've added some key pieces this offseason. Wide receiver position, with how deep it is in this draft, that's definitely a position they will have to visit. But they don't have any picks to day 3. But we've seen the draft fall the Texans' way before when they haven't had a pick until day 3. Actually, I was talking about it early on social media today that if we go back a couple years ago, they didn't have a pick in the first or second round. They had 3 picks in the third round, and Justin Reed fell to them. That's a home run pick. You're talking about like first round value there at worst, second round value that falls to your first pick, and it's not to the third round. Third pick in that round, they took Jordan Akins, a tight end that is still on the roster as well. But it's that second pick that haunted them and still haunts them, if you will. And with that second pick, my number 1 tackle that year was Orlando Brown Jr. So you're probably asking, how was he available all the way into the third round? Well, the answer is you get this draft talk and groupthink where people discuss, oh, he's too big. He's not going to be able to do that at tackle. If so, he's going to be a right tackle only. And now we fast forward a couple years and we see that he's frustrated that he's been typecast as a right tackle, forces his way out via trade, and now he's going to be a left tackle. Well, I bring that all up because that second pick in the third round that year, they could have went from Justin Reed. I probably said Jordan early. I'm not sure. Forgive me. Justin Reed was the first pick of the third round. Second pick of the third round, they could have went back and got the best tackle in that class, Orlando Brown Jr. Zeus. If your guy's nickname is Zeus, then that's the left tackle of the future for the next 15 years. What they didn't do, they went with Martinez Rankin. And Martinez Rankin, they ended up trading for 1 year of Carlos Hyde instead of Orlando Brown Jr. Well, I talk about franchises being proactive versus reactive. Your proactive franchises win championships. They're dynasties. Your reactive franchises are always chasing, always trying to repeat. They zig when everyone zigged instead of zagging when everyone is zigging. Excuse me. And so, because of that one mistake in the third round, not going to Orlando Brown Jr., what did they have to do? They spent 3+ first-round picks and paid the biggest tackle contract in the NFL, $4 million more per year than the next highest tackle at the time, to get Laramie Thompson and Titus Howard. Again, proactive versus reactive.
Man, Jason, you're preaching to the choir with me as a Texans fan. A little bit before you jumped in, I was telling the legend and lore of old Jack Easterby and just what he's doing in that what he's doing in that front office. What are you hearing being closer to that part of the team than certainly anyone here on the stream?
Well, with Jack Easterby, and I love the pick that just went off. This was a tackle to the Raiders that I had hired. This is my number 3 tackle, and turned a lot of heads this draft season. Sorry, I'll get back on Jack Easterby in a second, but just on this draft coverage here, my number 1 tackle was Christian Darrisaw. My number 2 was Rashawn Slater, and number 3 was the guy we just saw, Alex Leatherwood. You see most mocks, they don't have him in the first or late first round. This is my number 3 tackle. He goes here at 17 to the Raiders. Doesn't surprise me at all. What this guy does, he does everything on film, everything you would want from a franchise left tackle in the NFL. He does. The word of the night why he's not a top 10 pick right now is because of consistency. If he does what he does consistently, he would have been the best tackle in this draft. Love what the Raiders did here. Penei Sewell, that's the one that I think is probably the most overrated prospect. Well, not most overrated. That would go to Mac Jones at this point. But Penei Sewell, when there was talk about him going top 5, I've got him as the 35th best prospect in this draft. Reminds me of Greg Robinson, the guy they hyped up. He went second in the draft. I had a late first on Greg Robinson. The NFL, these scouts, they fall in love with attributes, measurements, and think a little bit here and there what they can do on tape, and then they have the ego to believe, well, I can coach him up to be his ceiling. don't fall in love with everybody's ceiling. And we're going to learn a lesson this year more than ever before in the 2021 NFL draft due to that.
And Jalen Phillips just went. So talk about that team. Y'all are taking it in right now. That, to me, that replaces Shaq Lawson. So that's a good ad. Kick it over to you.
Yeah, as far as on Jalen Phillips, like I just talked about Alex Leatherwood, he was my number 18 prospect in this class. He goes 17th. Jalen, this is an interesting one here because Jalen Phillips, sorry, I'm trying to find out, he's my 23rd prospect in this class. But if we're telling the entire story here, why he's available at 18, and even though he's my 23rd, he would be the best pass rush prospect in this class. He would have been gone in the top 10 picks. But there's questions surrounding almost every pass rush prospect, every elite pass rush prospect this year, more than any year I can remember. Either they're measurable guys, 4'3" type 40 with DN type bodies that's going to blossom into it. Those guys are going the first round. Whether there's 35.5-inch arms and great movement skills, but they haven't shown a production. Those guys are going the first round. Guys that have produced one-year wonders. Normally, these guys go in the second round later in the draft, but because there's questions on every elite pass prospect this year, they're going to get pushed up a little bit here. And this is where we can probably start to see a run from the second half of the first round through the top 50 picks on edge pass rushers because they all have questions, and it's going to be the beauties in the eye of the beholder on who they fall in love with. Jalen Phillips, he's the best pass rusher in the class. It's all about concussions. 3 concussions, and if I hear you contemplated retirement in college, it's hard for me to keep you on my board as a first round. That just speaks to his talent that he still goes here in the middle of the first.
Yeah, and earlier tonight, specifically with the cornerback pick in Carolina, Doc was on and singing your praises about how you called that as the first defensive back off the board. So looking a little bit down the list here, it seems like you've got your own rankings and they're lining up pretty cleanly. So as we carry on into the back half of the draft here, what are some spots that you think are coming up and we might see a team reach for a player that isn't really in that consensus kind of top 20 range that might go a little bit deeper?
Well, this right here, the number one guy on my board. I got 2 guys left from the top 10. Number 8, Christian Darrisaw. And I know I jumped on in the middle, had a little bit of connection problem. So forgive me if I missed the pick where he might have went off. But if he's still on the board, it's been over a decade since Washington drafted Trent Williams. I know they traded him away. You get a franchise left tackle. Let me tell you, I talked about this and it hasn't caught on yet. I think we're a year or 2 away from the trend catching on, but franchise offensive tackles are going to become more invaluable than franchise quarterback. With the way offenses have gone in the NFL, you're finding these guys like every year. You could have had 3 guys on the first 3 picks, and Trevor Lawrence, Zach Wilson, Justin Fields. Those 3 guys were elite, top 5 prospects in this class. Trey Lance, I had a 17th, a lot better than Mac Jones, but they still should have went with Justin Fields, in my opinion. I could be wrong. I've been wrong before. All that being said, though, you just look at this draft class and the way it's fallen. Christian Darrisaw is my number 1 tackle in this draft class. I've got him as the 8th best prospect. Washington would make sense here. I'm not sure what they're looking, but with 5 quarterbacks off the board, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a team take a quarterback here in the late first round. The guys I like, Davis Mills, Kyle Trask, and then Davis Mills, wouldn't shock me for them to slide into the back of that first round. The key being that you get that extra 5th-year option. Rookie pay scale for 5 years on a quarterback, it just makes too much sense, in my opinion.
Yeah, we were talking earlier that it is the cheat code at the NFL level, right? You can get that quarterback on that rookie contract, and it just gives you so much versatility with the rest of your cap. Your guy Darrisaw is still available out there, so I wouldn't be surprised to see him, get picked off here in the next couple of picks. Washington is a bit of a wild card. They did sign the ultimate bridge and babysitter quarterback in Ryan Fitzpatrick this offseason.
That's his
So
job.
it would make
That's his
sense
job.
that they might look to address and find some youth in the
Let
draft
me
this year.
put one more name to you, Eric. Another guy is still in my top 10s available, Jock, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. This guy, if he had a little bit more weight on him, he would have been gone in the top 10 picks. I like him better than Micah Parsons. I've got Micah Parsons, just to look at my rankings here real quick. I had Micah Parsons as the 16th prospect. Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah I have as the 9th prospect in his class. But he gets stuck with that label of tweener. Is he going to drop back to like a strong safety? Is he going to get stuck in a box safety type of role? Is he going to be able to be that linebacker? I don't give a damn. Forgive me, but he's the most instinctual defensive player in this draft. And I value instincts more than anything else, but it's one of the harder things to see on film. Now, this is going to make a lot of our viewers upset, but let me go and tell you this, just to keep this instinctual conversation going. Instincts is the hardest thing to see on a running back. You ask me, why did Arian Foster go undrafted? Why did Terrell Davis go in the 6th round? Two things. They went to a heavy zone system, zone run system, but they did so and they succeeded in that because they were so instinctual. Khalil Herbert, he's not going to go anywhere near the 1st round. That's the only other running back outside of Travis Etienne I got a 1st round grade on. I have a late first on Khalil Herbert because he is just all instinctual. He can find rushing yards despite the offensive line. Most running backs, you need to have that O-line open the holes for him. Najee Harris on the flip side. You've heard so much talk about him being top 10, 1st round pick. Wouldn't be surprised if he slides out the 1st round. I have a 3rd round grade on him. No, I'm not looking for a hot take or something different because every evaluation I make stays on my record. Trust me, I have people tell me something about a running back I evaluated from 2012. So every miss stays on my record, so I don't look for that hot take. I just think Khalil Herbert, with his instincts, is going to give you 1st round value by the time his career is over. And Najee Harris should go in the 3rd round. He'll go earlier than that, but he needs a runway. He's not instinctual. He doesn't have vision. What people, when you see evaluators in the media saying Najee Harris has great vision, he can make the cuts, he can make the run, he has speed. He has build-up speed. He needs a runway. That's why you see Mac Jones, who's a pro-style quarterback, in the pistol offense so much, because you have to give Najee Harris that runway to get started, like Adrian Peterson of Minnesota. We saw it before. There with Peterson of Minnesota, what he does. Well, that's what Alabama did with Najee Harris, the same exact concept. Oh, I just closed off.
I came in at at the perfect right time because we're talking about Najee Harris.
I'm back.
I was
My
laughing
bad.
about that.
Sorry. Doc cut me off, guys. My apologies. I was going too long-winded.
No, you're good. I had to move my situation because I think my internet was wavering because apparently a 2-bedroom house, if you're in 1 bedroom over, is just not very good. So I had to move my situation. But I landed in time for the Najee Harris talk. I mean, I totally hear all the arguments. I'm just, going to be a homer and just hope that we get an answer to our running back problem because it is a problem. I cannot rely on McFarland. I can't rely on Snell this season. We need to address this. Absolutely, we have to address the offensive line position as well, but we've got other picks and we can do it in the next round, and there's a lot of other offensive linemen going. So I'm just, fingers crossed that we can address the running back issue.
Travis Etienne, that's the name you want to hear at 24.
Yeah.
That's what
Travis Etienne.
Yeah.
Running back worth a 1st round outside. Again, the way I do in my evaluations, it's a little bit odd. I block out all the outside noise. I go study the tape myself, write my evaluation, and late in the process, like this week, I start looking at mock drafts and what other people thought. So I was surprised I hadn't heard more about Khalil Herbert. I have a late first on him. That doesn't mean I think he's going to go in the 1st round. By no chance do I think we hear his name called today. What it means is that the way I do my evaluations is by the end of their career, what I think they would have been worth as a 1st round pick. So when Khalil Herbert's career is done, I think people want to go back, whether you want to call it a redraft, just to have that tie into fantasy, reality to fantasy. Funny enough, me and Dr. Rhoda, our first podcast we did back in 2010 was called Fantasy to Reality. I break down the X's O and Doc would spin it to fantasy. And it all correlates, and you guys know that. All of y'all know that. And so with that correlation, though, the value that we're going to see out of prospects, like a Khalil Herbert, the instincts at the end of his career, I think you look at a redraft or you look back and say where he should have been drafted at. If you're just having a conversation 10 years down the road, I think people want to say Khalil Herbert, how did he get out the first round? And Najee Harris, I think he probably should have went in the third round. By no means do I think Najee Harris is going to enter the third round. By the end of his career, I think his value would have been to the third round. That being said, as y'all know in fantasy, and y'all already looking at these evaluations and how it's going to relate to fantasy, you already know it's not just a prospect, but where they fall in the system they fall into. So if Najee Harris goes to a system, they're running pistol, they're under center heavy, they've got one of the best blocking O line, then everyone's going to come out and say, oh, look at Najee. He's got vision. No, he doesn't have vision and he doesn't have instincts. What gets confused for that on tape is reaction. He's a reactionary runner. He'll bounce out. When he sees us out, he's got the agility at a unique size to react off of that and make cuts, and he's really good at it.
Yeah, while we're talking about Sam Steelers and about the running back position, it's probably a bit of lazy analysis for me, but as I watch tape on Trey Sermon, he profiles a lot as sort of that patient, smooth runner, a la Le'Veon Bell. So
Right.
Sam, while you've got Harris sort of circled on your sheet, Jason, I'd love to hear your thoughts on Trey Sermon and if he might be a later round option for the Steelers.
Well, this is Trey Sermon's one. He fell right outside my top 55. I'm a lot higher on Trey Sermon than most. You won't see him in my top 55. He falls right outside of that, but I do have a late second round grade on him. And that's going to surprise people. Most people are going to go look at Trey Sermon's film and they're going to say, he doesn't do anything special. He doesn't do anything elite. Let's go back to that comparison. And even in my evaluation notes, there's three names I wrote down: Alfred Morris, Arian Foster, Terrell Davis. No, I'm not saying Trey Sermon is going to become that guy. I'm saying at top value, if Trey Sermon goes to a heavy zone running scheme with his vision, the way he flows through it, the way he sees it, the way he plays in it, he's going to give you a late second round pick value by the end of it. But these guys always go late in the draft. Trey Sermon is going to be available on day 3. You might not have to pick him until the 4th, 5th round. And if you're not a heavy zone team, you should wait to pick him to the 5th or 6th round. But if I'm a smart team, I think most teams got 5th round or later grades on Trey Sermon. I try to get Trey Sermon in the 4th round if I'm a heavy zone blocking scheme.
Legit. That is legit. That is so legit, Jason Braddock. Awesome.
And I don't watch a ton of college football. I wish I had more time to watch it, but the few times I did watch Ohio State, Trey Sermon was impressive, and he didn't really do anything that jumped off the page. He was just a nice, just smooth, just patient runner, and did, like you said, Jason, all the things that you said there. And I agree with you 100%. He's a guy that I haven't heard a lot about, that I'm surprised I haven't heard more about.
Right. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. That's another guy. Javonte Williams is another guy that he's getting a lot of hype and he deserves it. I think he's fringe first round, but I've got a second round grade on him. He does everything really well. Right when I first came on, oh wow, I just saw the New York Giants pick. We'll get to that in a second. I'm sure I love this kid. But when I first came on, there was a guy. He was my number 20th prospect. The Cardinals at 16 took him. Xavier Collins, linebacker from Tulsa. This is Vance Joseph to a T. We all should have predicted this pick. I've had him as a 20 prospect. You look at 16, what had already probably gone off the board in most mocks. Xavier Collins made the most sense. And I'm not sure if I gave in a mock, I gave him a corner from Cardinals in one mock, and Jalen Waddle had Waddle slide in another mock. So no, I didn't have this, but Xavier Collins makes sense. Let's look at what the Cardinals do in the first round, particularly with Vance Joseph. Used to be a DB coach here with the Texans, got to know him really well. Now he's the defensive coordinator for the Arizona Cardinals. What Vance and the Cardinals do, they take these highly athletic linebackers and figure out where they fit. Hassan Reddick, they couldn't figure it out till last year. Now he just hit a big payday because he blew up last year. Isaiah Simmons from Clemson last year. Now Xavier Collins, you place him in there. This defense, and now with J.J. Watt, this defense, this front seven, and what Budda Baker can do on the back end, this Arizona Cardinal defense is scary.
Mm-hmm.
No, I
So
completely
resetting
agree. I
here.
think that
I'm hiding.
the Cardinals are absolutely going to be a threat this year. It's going to be intense. I really want to get to this Giants pick though, with Kadarius Toney jumping off the board. I had him a bit further down. Am I mistaken in how far down I had him? Like, what am I missing that the Giants knew?
I had Elijah Moore, another wide receiver, as the 11th prospect in this draft. Loved Elijah Moore. He's still available. I don't mind going Kadarius Toney. I had him as the 14th best prospect in this draft. Love this pick. My comp for Kadarius Toney is another guy who played at Florida, Percy Harvin. He's explosive. He's not just a trick play gadget. All right, we've got to find different, unique ways to get him involved like a Tavon Austin. No, line him at wide receiver, put him in a slot, put him outside, put him in jet sweep motion, put him at running back. He is an offensive weapon. The Giants need that. Take some pressure away from Danny Dimes and from Saquon Barkley. I like it here. I still don't understand why it's not Christian Darrisaw.
Yeah, right now the Giants do need more weapons. I haven't liked the Giants receivers for the last few years since ODB left.
Right.
What was that?
I said half a decade, right?
Yeah. And for me, if you don't have any weapons to throw it to but Evan Ingram, you're doing him no justice, and you're doing too much to Saquon. And I think that's going to really help them move forward, like with Doc, going back to what he said, this is your do or die right now for Daniel Jones. Are you going to step up and be able to carry this franchise to be better than the Jets at least, so you can be the best team in New York? Or are you going to be a competitor in the NFC East, which was abysmal last year? We don't know anything coming out of that other than what we're going to see tonight and the signings that happen. But from what it looks like that Dallas is still probably going to be that top team. Washington's going to have that defense. Too many questions on that Washington. This helps the Giants solidify at least a chance in that division, from my point of view.
I don't disagree with anything you say there, Rob. The only thing I'll add to it, let me interject this, is that I was just talking a little while ago about how difficult it is to find offensive linemen now. NFL has adopted so many college concepts. This has done two things, the domino effect. One, it's allowed NFL teams to find quarterbacks, franchise quarterbacks that can produce huge numbers more frequently. Everybody's completing over 70% of the passes now. That used to be the top elite passers just a couple years ago. It's a pass-first league. You can get guys that are good quarterbacks, and they play like they're great now because of the way the offenses they can implement from college. So with that smooth transition from high school to college to the pros, we're seeing more franchise quarterbacks coming out. But because everything's so spread out on the offense, you don't know what we're seeing a reduction of. Top producing offensive tackles and guards, particularly tackles. And in the next year or two, we're going to see a reverse of course to where teams are paying up, like the Texans did for Laramie Tunsil. What the Chiefs just said, we'll pay that big contract for Orlando Brown Jr. and give you these picks and that swap there. They're doing so because it's a crapshoot in the draft and let you really have an eye for talent and how it relates to the offensive line. So I think the Giants did themselves a disservice here by not taking Christian Darrisaw. Nothing against Kadarius Toney, my 14th prospect, but offensive tackle, that's one of my top 10 prospects. The Giants needed to do that.
Well, and to speak to what you said about the Chiefs too, look at that Super Bowl and look at, Patrick Mahomes running for his life. I think I read the other day where he ran for what would be the equivalent of like 500 yards trying to throw the football. And that's what doomed him right there. So I'm with you there 100%. I'm sitting here as a Colts fan at 21, and I could not be more stoked that Christian Darrisaw is on the board here, still left for them to take, and I'm hoping that that's the pick here.
It's in. Let's go. Let's get. And you guys, is Mac still on your roster? Right, he should be back this year. Marlon Mack.
Yeah. We re-signed Mack. We've got Taylor. We've got Hines. We're going to run the football, but you just spent what you spent on a quarterback to come in there. You got to protect that blind side with him, as we've been preaching this whole time.
Exactly.
As we go into the Titans here, I think the pick, Elijah Moore makes a lot of sense. That's my 11th prospect in the draft. But if Darrisaw makes it past the Colts, the Colts right now are doing the same thing that we saw the Giants, Cowboys, and Eagles do earlier in the draft. They know their divisional foes more than anyone else. So as we go here, the Colts are not, they're looking for a 2-for-1, two birds in one stone. What can we weaken our AFC South opponent or foe with in the Titans right behind us that also helps us at a position of need? Darisaw, we talked about, and also Elijah Moore. Darisaw is my number 8 prospect in the draft. Elijah Moore is my number 11. But there's also another number 10 guy. He's undersized. Don't know how far he falls. He's instinctual, but he's undersized. So he's a bit of a tweener label. But Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. This fella's got an eye for talent, and one of those 3 guys are guys that he could hit on.
I'm surprised he's still out there.
I think it's the 221. I think he's 6'2", 221 pounds. So teams look at that and say, man, he's instinctual. He's got all, he can make all the plays. He knows what's going. He sees the routes. I mean, it's everything you would want, but where does he play? And I think it's a legitimate question. Jabril Peppers had that same question. People had top 10, top 15 grade on Jabril Peppers, but NFL teams said, where do we play him? And even though he's found success here and there, he never turned into what they thought he would be. No NFL team.
Jason, talk a little bit about Elijah Moore, because Elijah Moore is a guy that I've seen a lot in that late first round. I've seen him mocked a lot to Green Bay. I've seen kind of a split between him and Kadarius Toney there. Tony's off the board, and you mentioned him here just for the Colts. Colts are definitely in the market for a wide receiver also. What do you like so much about Elijah Moore?
Hold on, let me ask my brother, because I'm old now, so I have a horrible memory. Brian, who was my comp for Elijah Moore? My brother's the only other pair of eyes I trust. And we're not biological brothers. We just known each other since we were 12. But we both came up evaluating, studying, learning. And he was supposed to go play wide receiver at Texas A&M and everything towards me in high school and all that. But the year, if y'all remember, most NFL evaluators didn't have Odell Beckham Jr. in the top 5 prospects that year until the last month of the draft. Because a lot of evaluators in the media, they're reactionary, talk to scouts, and that's what they make their evaluation based off of. And so with that, Odell Beckham Jr. is not until they started talking to NFL scouts that they decided that, hey, this guy's going to go a lot higher than we think. And everyone started jumping him up from 5 and 4 all the way up to the number 1, number 2 receiver. Well, my brother from January that year said Odell Beckham Jr. is the number 1 wide receiver. And nobody was talking about him. Number 2, when we had Sammy Watkins, number 2, and then Allen Robinson. When Allen went deep second in the round. So say all that to say this, he remembers a lot of my evaluations, and that's as I get to 42, I've got an 80-year-old memory. You don't remember?
Defensive end.
Defensive end.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ron, are you excited about this pick? Because I'm excited for you. Kwity Paye is a hell of an athlete, and I
Definitely,
love his
I mean,
Black Panther suit.
Yeah, I mean, I'm right there with edge rusher and with tackle. I mean, those are both huge needs for them. But I think that with as deep as this draft is at tackle, we talked about it before. I think if they stayed put at this spot, I was leaning more towards edge rusher, because I don't know necessarily with them not picking again until 54 if they could get an impact guy. They got an impact guy there, and I think it's going to be maybe a little easier for them to get an offensive line prospect that they like. I don't know if they're going to try to maybe sign somebody. There's a couple of guys out there at tackle, but I do like this a lot because they are super, super weak at the edge. Justin Houston was a guy they thought about bringing back into the fold. They still might do that, but when you watch this guy with Kwity Paye, is the athleticism. That guy's everywhere. He's just a freak athlete. He's all over the field. He's running down plays like he's a defensive back. I'm excited about it. I think it's an impact player for that defense. And plus, too, when you look at the rest of that division, you've got a guy in Jacksonville and Trevor Lawrence that's probably going to be pretty good. You want to get after him a little bit and rattle his cage. He's a rookie. You're going against Ryan Tannehill and Mike Vrabel. You want to, get after him a little bit. I think it makes a heck of a lot of sense. I like it a lot.
I love that. And I love that you already see him getting right after Trevor Lawrence, because watching this tape, I can totally see that too. And I mean, Trevor should be scared, because this man coming at you, he is such an incredible threat. And I love that you also say he's everywhere, because when he goes to make the tackle, he makes himself 2 guys wide the way he takes people down. Well,
and when you watch him, when you watch any tape of him, he's impressive with his speed off the edge, with him getting off on the offensive tackle and coming around that edge. But also, too, one of the things I was impressed with was when you watch him, he's constantly trailing that play. And if your defense is doing what they're supposed to do, and he's on that backside, you're going to funnel him you're going to funnel that guy back into him. but he didn't need that. He's running down guys from the backside. He's running down running backs. And we talked about how, this is a collision sport, and these guys are pretty athletic. You've got these 260-pound guys that run like running backs, and he's one of those. And plus, too, a little bit about his story, where he's from, and he hasn't been in football for a while. And, look him up. He's just an inspirational guy. You root for him. And, I couldn't be happier that they got him for sure.
Oh yeah, his inspirational story had me in tears last night on NFL Network. So I
Yeah.
don't even want to start talking about it because it is an incredible story, and if you guys could go look into it, it is very emotional. So I mean, and I literally never cry except for like sports. It's like their dreams are coming true. So like that's the only time I cry. Not even during movies. The saddest movie, just dead face. I don't cry during movies. I only cry in sports.
Let me ask you this. Did you cry during draft day? Did you watch draft day?
Who doesn't? Vontae Mack.
Okay.
Guys.
All right. Okay.
Vontae Mack right now.
All right.
Hey,
One exception, sports.
I think the most emotional. There's 2 times in this life that I've ever been like emotional for this Rams. Like I'm emotional, but like the one time I lost control of myself was when the Rams when Zerline was kicking those field goals to tie and beat the Saints. I was literally on my stairs and my body was shaking. And I remember being at my buddy's house when I was screaming, "Bomb it to Bruce," the whole time in that Super Bowl. And I was like screaming. And then finally the day I was like, "Yeah!" I can tell you, I probably was close to crying on the stairs than I was like the Bruce play. And that Bruce play is my favorite play, like almost all time. I love Bruce.
All right. Well, it looks like we're running a bit short on time with our guy Ron, so we're gonna have to figure out how to carry forth without Gruden's blank stare looking back at us all night.
It took a lot out of him to make that Leatherwood pick. He's got to go back to the war room. He's been after it. He gets up at 3:18 a.m. and that comes pretty quick. So he's gonna have to go set that alarm and get back to bed. So appreciate you guys having me. I wanted to hang out at least until the Colts pick. This was a blast. Thank you guys for having me on. Let's do this again sometime real soon.
Oh, absolutely.
Thanks, Ron.
Thank
We'll
you.
do it again.
All right. Have a good night, guys. Take care.
You too.
Awesome night, brother.
So now we're just waiting for the Titans to be with their pick. Were we leaning defense on this pick, guys?
As far as my thoughts on it, if I can jump in real quick, I think, again, I hate to keep beating, what's the saying, the same drum. I'm the worst with saying, a penny earned is a penny. Life gives you lemons.
If it don't make dollars, it don't make sense. What
I
else?
want to make, I
like that
remember,
one.
I just get most of them messed up though. No, I'm gonna say it again. Christian Darrisaw makes a lot of sense. If they don't take Christian Darrisaw here, I question the move for the Minnesota Vikings early in the draft when they trade back. I understand getting the compensation, everything you thought there. But if they get that compensation to trade back and they still get Christian Darrisaw, who I believe is the #1 tackle in this draft, I mean, I'm giving the Vikings all the roses.
Yeah. But you hope that they don't try to be like the Colts and go with like the linebacker or something like that to try to do that. You want something to help the offense as well too.
Yeah, and you asked Sam about the Titans where we think they go here. You can also look at, they lost Corey Davis. You've got A.J. Moore. You've got Derrick Henry. Maximize that offense. You lose the OC and Arthur Smith. So you don't know how the offense responds without him this year. Now he's the head coach with the Falcons. So Elijah Moore, my number 11 prospect, he's still available. Team went to Kadarius Toney. What's interesting about this, I think I actually mocked this. I did 2 mocks. So whichever one, yep, I mocked them. I mocked Alex Leatherwood to the Raiders in this mock, and I mocked Elijah Moore to the Titans. So we're going to go with this one, though. Second mock, it doesn't exist. 1.0 is what we're going with, guys. People speak about 2.0, 2021 mock draft from Jason Braddock, Arlett will speak to it. What are you talking about? Those are all tapes and everything. So we're going by 1.0 because that's looking good here if we hit on Elijah Moore. We all in accordance? Y'all giving me the blank stares like my bad.
I think that's perfect for them too. You bring up there's no other way to do it. what you have to replace that. You have to give Tannehill some weapons.
Can I show?
It looks like it's coming across now. At least for me, I'm a bit of a Josh Reynolds truther. I think that was actually a sneaky acquisition in free agency. So I wouldn't be surprised if they look more so on the lines. And Darisaw just seems to continue to slip. So before long, one of these organizations is going to wise up and tack them onto the roster.
Yeah. Going back to the Colts pick, Kwity Paye, my number 33 prospect in the draft. It's not a knock on him, but why are you having lower than most people? This draft we were talking earlier about, especially with the pass rushers, there's so many warts this year more than any other year. You have to find your comfort level on each one. Again, it's going to go back to the same beauties in the eye of the beholder and how it relates not only to the tape but the measurables and how much they feel they can grow their upside. Kwity Paye is a safe pick. This is a solid double. He's going to be one of the best run stuffers in this draft, but we all know it's a pass first league. These guys typically go in the second round because most of the values are stopping the run, and he's not a true edge rusher, meaning that he's not the guy that's going to get the burst, have the speed, and bend the edge with a great, what he is. He's an effort guy, so he'll still produce in that pass game, but this is a solid second round pick most years. I think Chris Ballard, though, looked at all the high upside guys, and he said, I'd rather go with the double instead of the boomer bust pick here. So that's what I think that's the thinking there from Kwity Paye.
Let's go ahead and bring on another friend that's joining us. We've got Nicholas Minix joining us. So grateful that you could join us today. Let's see, here we go.
Hey, what's up, guys? How you doing tonight? It's a pleasure to hook up with you guys finally.
Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah, it's been a riot.
I'm a little late to all the action, but I'm excited.
There's more. There's more. Sam's jacked up right now. She's praying for a running back. So she's knocking wood. She's crossing fingers. We're hoping for her, and the Steelers are going to blow it and pick a center. Collect.
Oh, that's right. Okay, Sam is a Steelers fan.
Yes.
Heat is a Rams fan. I don't know Eric. Jason.
I'm a sad Texans fan.
Okay, Jason, are you a Texans fan, or do you just cover them forever?
Just cover them forever. Okay. The only sport loyalty I have is Clemson. I grew up in Florence, South Carolina. I've been pulling for Clemson since I was a kid. So mind-boggling to see them become a powerhouse in college football.
Right on. Right on. I guess I'm a Broncos fan, but I'm not like I'm kind of somewhat similar. I mean, I root, but I'm not a fanatic so much anymore. I kind of just I like to see how it all plays out. I mean, I certainly root for them, but I think I'm a fan of the game. I like to see I like to root for players and root for stories. So like Kwity Paye, awesome story. I think you guys were talking about that just before I came on.
Yeah,
an incredible story from Kwity Paye. I mean, that was tearjerker for me in terms of getting to watch but in terms of what happened earlier in the draft, did you have any takeaways from the first 5 picks that just kind of threw you? I mean, Trey Lance was, I think, a lot of people shaking their boots because they weren't seeing him go there. But were you excited?
Well, I wasn't. I don't get too up and down. I kind of. I try to approach things like this anymore as I'm just curious. I'm like, I want to see how it goes. I think there's a lot of hot takes and all that stuff that I don't necessarily get on board with. But I mean, I'm curious. Like, I mean, I was surprised that the Niners went with Lance because I think Kyle Shanahan has struck me mostly as like he wants a guy who's gonna execute the offense, and that's pretty much seems to be in the past. I mean, I think the perfect example of why I wasn't too convinced that he was going to go with Lance was he spent 2 years courting or coveting Kirk Cousins when he got to San Francisco, and because that's the kind of guy who can run his offense, and I think that. But I like the kind of things that I think Trey Lance can unlock for that offense. It's just that obviously it comes with a huge set of risks, a lot of question marks about the level of competition he faced, of course, and the amount of football he's played. A lot of things look good on tape, but there's not a lot of tape relative to a lot of other players. So it's exciting because you know that the Niners can play offense differently from the way a lot of their teams do. I love the prospects of all the change of direction and things like that they do, and the fact that Lance is mobile and can make that even more diverse. That also takes away a lot of the mistakes that can be made in the passing game. So I'm not sure where I fit on him fantasy wise. I think it's an interesting dynamic because they weren't. They've given all the impression that they have no desire to pay Jimmy Garoppolo $25 million this year, and I don't really think that he warrants $25 million. But he's going to be difficult to trade. He's going to be difficult to force to take a pay cut at this point. So I think all those things kind of made it surprising to me. But at the same time, I wouldn't have given up all that draft capital to go get Mac Jones. So, I think in the end, I think the Niners were kind of maybe victims of their own little bit of paranoia. And, so be it. If they got the guy they want and it works out, everybody's going to forget this. I mean, 3/4 of these players in the first round we're going to forget existed. So I think it is really true. When you look back on a lot of drafts, it's rare that you see a draft class where you're like, man, the top 10 picks were awesome. Most of the time you forget them. So I think it's just easy to remember. I will say, go ahead. I'm sorry. Because I've been kind of commandeering.
You're good.
No, keep going, man.
100% true. You brought up Mac Jones, and he fell just happily into Bill Belichick's lap, and I think we were kind of laughing about that. It was like we were joking that maybe Bill was going to trade up, and it's like Bill doesn't make moves. Players call to him, so this was clearly that was his guy the entire time. So, I see Rob's excited for Christian Darrisaw went to.
Yeah, there it goes. There it goes. It works to what Jason was saying, and now the Steelers are on the clock. I got so excited I'm so excited you have both running backs at your disposal right now. I almost don't want to talk about him at all. But
wait, what is both? Because I guess Travis Etienne and Najee Harris. Because I like Javonte Williams too. I don't think he fits this. I don't think he fits quite what the Steelers want to do as much. But Javonte Williams
in this marathon session.
Nick?
Well, it's so all three players. I think I'll just say Najee Harris is my least favorite. I don't think. I think you're kind of splitting hairs, but I think it's more Alabama's track record of producing running backs. I think they tend to be a little overrated. And players that come out of that offense, you can tell a difference between the guys who stand out and, sometimes you can't, but a lot of the players stand out. And then a lot of the players are just a product of, that's been the most explosive offense. It obviously was this past season, but at times has looked like it for the past 3, 4, 5 years. Nick Saban has totally shifted the way Alabama plays football. The defense is still pretty good, but they don't have quite the same well of talent there that they have in years past, and they put them on the field a little more often. So I'm ready to cede the floor to Sam because I know that this is going to come over here. But
Okay.
what is your feeling? What is your preference?
I want a running back. I will be happy.
But which one?
ETN.
I
want Najee Harris because I think he's a different back than what we currently have, and I just think that he has so much more potential to open up the offense with his skill set. I'm hoping he's not just a product of being an Alabama quarterback. I think he would really well in the Thomas system. I have to tell you, I think I've had like 10, I'm very grateful for this, but I think I've had 10 different people across Twitter on different platforms say, can you come on for the Steelers pick on the live show? No, I can't. I have to do my own, and I have to figure out what I want to do for my Steelers pick. But of course, now they're going to go to the tape and just like play a story about Eli Manning. Why? The pick is just up there.
So for whatever it's worth, the Steelers got on the clock and they got that pick in fast.
Oh
That's
yeah.
why they're
So they knew
that's
who
why
it
they're
was.
running B-roll on Eli Manning right now because they weren't ready for that quick pick.
No,
I think-
they were just like, oh, okay. So it feels like you make a strong point for Najee, but it feels like they might go ATN on this one. They might.
I like ETN, and because see, to me, Harris doesn't have like an extra gear that
Travis
ATN does.
Etienne.
But
It's Najee Harris. It's Najee Harris. It's Harris.
I think Harris is a bit
It's
Harris is he's a quality pass
Oh.
catcher. He just doesn't have that extra. But at the same time, the Steelers have shown that they can make a back. He actually fits, I think, what they do pretty well.
I think he's a bruiser. It brings back the bus mentality overall. And I think that with Arlen, it can work.
He's more like
All
I'm
right.
not crying.
I think he's kind of oh my gosh.
Live react from the Steelers fan. Sam, what's going through your mind right now? Najee Harris is a Pittsburgh Steeler.
Well, it brings us back to the game that we were hurting last year. And as much as I love James Conner as a person, he just wasn't fitting the bill. And I am just super excited to have all of this man's talent. I know he's going to be on these beautiful highlights of him just looking like a man amongst children playing on the field. Look at him. He's just going to just power through guys. I love this speed. I love that he trucks through people. So I'm excited to have this level. Look at that. Look, breaking just tackles. Just
Man, I hope I'm not setting unrealistic expectations for this young man. Nick, your point is spot on that the Alabama lineage is a little hit or miss at the NFL level. But I can think of a couple of bruising backs that came out of Alabama that did just fine. Namely,
Yeah. Well, sorry. I want to clarify. Like, this is not Trent Richardson. I think he's.
Yeah.
Trent Richardson was, he'll. Hit line, fall down. Like, he's not. Harris is a different. Mark Ingram. They're different players. Derrick Henry. But I guess generally speaking, I don't see. I guess I don't like. Like, I think he may fit the Steelers better than the other two backs because, speed, like top end speed is not essential to producing in the Steelers offense. Otherwise, Le'Veon Bell was a good player, but the thing that made him stand out was his insane patience and a really good offensive line and obviously extreme abilities as a pass catcher. Harris he's the best receiver out of the backfield of those guys. He is. Yeah. I don't know how good his vision is. It's probably pretty good. But Alabama offensive line is nothing to, nothing to sneeze at. So, I think fit wise, it's probably the best pick. He's just not my favorite of the prospects.
I understand, but when you look at what we currently have in terms of size and just being a different type of weapon, we don't have this. We really.
Oh no, that's what. I understand your excitement. It's warranted.
There are no words. The running game is back in the Steel City. Let's go.
It's the only thing that was really missing.
Yeah. Now we just get an O-line next round.
It makes. I think one of the more underrated things of this offseason is going to be that they were able to re-sign Juju Smith-Schuster for like a fraction. I think that happened and then like nobody talked about it, and I'm just like, he's an excellent number 2 receiver.
Oh yeah.
That
we all know
offense.
Deontay is number 1 now.
Yeah, he's. Sam, you're gonna have to refresh my memory on the depth chart, but they have a couple. Chase Claypool. First of all,
Claypool,
he's a future.
Johnson.
He's a future stud. That guy is amazing.
Still got Ebron and Vance McDonald as well too, right?
I don't think we have Vance anymore, but
Okay, yeah, maybe. The Vance was the one that was questionable. But go on, Nick.
But I think in terms of what this does for overall depth chart, it does a lot of things. It ticks a lot of boxes, and it's going to help open up those other guys. And I agree with you. I think people should have been talking about the re-signing of Juju more. Like, as a number 2 receiver, and to take the pressure off of him, it's just going to make Juju more effective.
Yeah, I think to me one of the big problems of hot take NFL analysis is that everybody dwells so much on what just happened, and in terms of performance. So I based on the people I talk to, I mean, obviously this is not a circle I've been in recent years, but a lot of people I talk, oh man, the resurgence of Big Ben was a thing for the first half of the season, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, that offense was
it was, and because he had the brand new arms. We figured out he took 10 years off his age, and it, however, did not. So
yeah, well, I mean, the thing is Roethlisberger is never a guy who's going to be. I mean, he's playing golf in the off season. We know he's not doing what Aaron Rodgers is doing in the off season. That's not. Yeah. It's not a. I don't want to say it's not a knock, but it's
discount, double check.
and Ben may change that approach. Big Ben has basically said, "Hey, this is who I am, and I got maybe a year or 2 left." And the Steelers said, "Let's run it back." So everybody said that's a bad decision. A lot of people have said that's a bad decision. And all it would take is shoring up the offensive line and drafting a running back. And suddenly, I just don't think. I mean, I thought in the first half of the season, I thought the Steelers were a Super Bowl contender last year, but obviously the question mark about the running game. Depth at linebacker is obviously a concern too.
Yeah, linebackers.
But
when they lost both of them, that was it. Like, it just, that pressure on the quarterback to step in there for a second, those injuries to those linebackers could not be replaced. And then when they went and brought other people in, they got hurt and banged up as well. And that really has always been the Steelers. The Steelers, when I think of the Steelers, I think of linebackers, and I know no knock to Mean Joe Green. I think of linebackers, and I think of a running, bruising game. And they haven't had that since Bettis. There was problems last year with James Conner being able to get into the end zone. Snell, although one of my craziest videos that got me in so much trouble last year at my job, and is probably why I'm where I'm at now, is over Benny Snell. Benny Snell got that touchdown. But Benny Snell, to me, the name doesn't sound good for the fit. He just doesn't have that sound. I'm sorry, I'm a name guy too. I'm a name guy. You have to have a name.
I can understand that.
Yeah. But there's got to be some good mojo. But
I mean, the offense has evolved in Pittsburgh, obviously in the last decade. I think.
Yes.
But I mean, the offense under Le'Veon Bell was a great offense.
Yeah, it was
different, but it was great. I mean, they didn't give him a lot of opportunities to score touchdowns, which I mean, as a buddy of mine, long-term owner in the Dynasty League, frustrated the hell out of. But for the most part, he piled up the catches, and he's just overall he made the offense move in a different way. I mean, it can be done a lot of different ways. I mean, the point is that I think Big Ben still has the goods to make it work. He just needs a little more help as he gets older. And the Steelers are supplying him with that help. I mean, what they do in the rest of the draft to address depth concerns at linebacker and the offensive line, and
Travis Etienne to the Jaguars. So there goes James Robinson right there.
Wow.
That's another thing. Everybody said that I saw a lot of people saying the Jags wouldn't take a running back, and I don't understand why, because it's a totally different regime.
They had injuries at that position too. Just to throw this back in towards, Najee as well. If you have an offense that's that fast, that skilled in all those positions with those receivers, and a quarterback that's a big bad boy and can throw them passes like that, you need a hammer to finish that. And we saw those runs by Najee. He can do it. But anyway, I just want to throw that in, just back on Najee. Now to Etienne.
Now on to Travis.
Yeah, so
Another amazing.
I'm a little surprised by this pick overall, right? Like your point is fair that it's a different regime, right? So James Robinson isn't their guy. But at least from my point of view, like finding a starting caliber running back that was a undrafted free agent and who contributed in a meaningful way, like that's a hard thing to do, right? So like they already did the hard thing. Why go and reinvest this capital in another running back? With that being said, Travis Etienne is that next caliber player at the position. Just the fit doesn't really line up in my mind based on what they had to spend to get him.
I think in terms of the position is just easier to fill. That's why I don't think it's necessarily a great pick. I mean, to me, I could wax poetically about how I think we've already seen plenty of signs that Urban Meyer baby over his head as a head coach, depending on how much say he's had in the draft room, which he may not. I don't know a great deal about Trent Baalke, but I think Meyer has given us some indications that he was not aware of the extent of the differences between the pro and college game. But I do think this does not surprise me because Etienne is an Urban Meyer type player. This guy is a slasher, speed. Urban Meyer, and that's the other. I mean, James Robinson, I think runs a 4.8 40. I mean, I'm exaggerating, but I think that's just the kind of thing. Like he wants top end speed. This is not surprising to me at all. In terms of that, is it the best pick in terms of he's going to put a great offense on the field in theory, with taking Trevor Lawrence, Etienne. The receiving core down there is young and talented with Laviska Shenault and DJ Shark. There's a lot to like, but what's the offensive line going to look like? I honestly thought they would address. Well, I thought the smarter moves would be to address defense because theirs is awful. But it didn't surprise me. I think I just dismissed. It's kind of the same. It's kind of like so. Well, to toot my own horn for a second, and I didn't write this anywhere, so you don't have to. Nobody has to believe me. It doesn't matter. But I called Micah Parsons to the Cowboys. Like I actually am in, and I didn't see that mocked anywhere. Maybe people did it, but I don't make a ton of predictions, but I think when things happen, dominoes fall. I have a sense of you can get a sense of how teams pick. The Cowboys like big flashy players, not flashy, but like Parsons he might have been the best defensive talent in the draft, and he fell a little in a sense. Some people thought he might go top 5, 7-ish. But, I mean, the thing that gave it away was in the past couple of weeks, they said that they decided not to pick up Leighton Vander Esch's 5th-year option yet. The Cowboys like to think ahead when it comes to filling positions that they have a high premium on. And I think it helped. I don't think it hurt that Dan Quinn comes in. They play that Seattle style defense where they like to have at least two every down backers, and Parsons can definitely be that. The only question I have is who's going to call the signals. I don't think Jalen Smith is, but I mean it was also a really complex Cowboys defense last year. But I think however it shakes out, basically the same day Leighton Vander Esch, they said they weren't going to pick up his 5th-year option, and then Sean Lee retired. And I was like, well, Leighton Vander Esch is the new Sean Lee, potentially. They test that out. Maybe they give him an extension if it all works out, but there's really no need. They've given Jalen Smith a lot of money. If that doesn't work out, he's got an out in a year or two. But, I mean, the Cowboys, it would have made a little more sense to get edge rusher or defensive end, but the talent premium wasn't there. and Parsons is a premium player, and they can fill that. Like they'll take the player that and I mean, you can say what you want. They don't do things conventionally or the way a lot of people think that they should, but they do put talent on the field. They may not always coach it well, but they do put talent on the field. And I think that was just, I like the pick in terms of their defense. I think their defense is actually going to be a good bit better, although it may take some time in the first half of the season. But
staying with that theme. I'm waiting for the Browns picks to come in here. Sam, obviously, that is your hometown division. Earlier, we were talking about how all of a sudden there's a ton of potent offenses there in the AFC North. You see the Browns maybe going on the defensive side of the ball and trying to keep in. Oh, okay, there we go.
It looks like
just as I was filibustering.
Yeah, they went corner. Not a surprise there. They went defense. I think, they've been shoring up the different positions across the board when it comes to defense for them. I think receiver here or anything like that. So this makes
I think it's Pittsburgh in 5 years.
I think they they definitely needed defense. I'm a little surprised that they went corner. Like I actually thought the Notre Dame kid, I forget how to say his name. JOK. I just call him JOK. He hasn't come off the board yet.
Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah.
Yeah.
Jeremiah.
I think he's not by any means an exciting IDP prospect, but I thought like he fits. I think he could have been an interesting fit there for that style of defense.
Oh yeah. With Myles Garrett, you're right. Dude, that'd be nasty. Because you said,
but the problem with it is that they don't have a true they don't have a real good 3-down linebacker there. And he doesn't fit that bill. So
that's what Jason was saying. Jason was saying a little earlier, he doesn't know if he likes him as a pass rusher or someone who drops back into coverage. So I'm going to bring up this name, Will Witherspoon, for the Rams. Other than he played for other teams, but Will Witherspoon was a guy who could kind of do that. He wasn't Brian Urlacher, but he played a solid position. He could defend the pass in a way, and he could also play the run. So I think he can fit that mold, but somebody's got to take him somewhere.
Yeah, well, to me, so the biggest thing with JOK is that I actually saw this. I guess his snaps were mapped or something, and he had commented on it. He actually played more snaps in the slot than he did at linebacker. I mean, he is truly a hybrid player. I mean, he's 220, 6'2", 6'3", 220. He's like, he's not even Isaiah Simmons. I think, and I watched and he's been praised for the big hit ability. All the big hits came against players that were small, at least in the highlights that I saw. And I'm not knocking. I think he's a really intriguing prospect. First of all, I'm not interested IDP wise because the role is not going to lend itself to IDP production. But more in terms of I think there's a lot of talent there. It's just that I don't think he doesn't fit. He's a great complementary linebacker hybrid player. I still don't see a lot of evidence that's become a big thing. Everybody says this. I've seen a lot of specifically for praise of him this year. This is the way defense is going in the NFL. It was talked about with Jabril Peppers, with Isaiah Simmons. Well, I really don't know what Arizona is going to do with him because I thought he was going to fit well next to Jordan Hicks this year if they decided to do that. He's close to 2. He should be a linebacker with good coverage ability.
Yeah.
I don't see him.
Throw this in at you for a second. If the Ravens would pick him, I've always been, not even if anybody picks him, I've always been a firm believer as somebody stays in the NFL, Bettis can be this role. How when he was with the Rams, he was around 236 as a rookie. Then he jumped up to around 260 as a Steeler. So then he went from being the battering ram with speed to the bus. If he can add 15, 20 pounds, does that change your idea that maybe if he keeps some of that speed, add some strength, he'll be able to still penetrate?
I don't think his. I mean, I haven't run any DNA tests on him, but I don't think that's his body type. I mean, the bus. I mean, you can look at him and you could say, I could project that body type. I don't see that with JOK, or for example, but that also changes the profile. I mean, he's a guy who.
And are you back yet? I think what he was getting at is that he still thinks he's a guy that might drop back into coverage, if I'm right, when he comes back.
It seems like that's where he was heading. Yeah. It's also we've had a few times on this marathon stream where we've played Who's Frozen Roulette. everyone immediately looks back and like, wait, am I moving? Is it me?
Yeah.
Wait, have I been frozen before? Because that makes me health conscious.
No.
No,
Are we still there?
Nick's back. Yeah,
Sorry.
we were just filling the air for you, brother man. The carpet's yours.
Oh, well, I mean, I don't want to hog it. I was just, I mean, I don't think but it changes the profile of what already made him this high-end prospect to a lot of people, which is, I mean, he's not a stack the pads, fill the gap kind of linebacker. So I'm not saying that, I mean, I think a lot of things are possible. It's possible that he can learn to change if he were to add 10 pounds or 15 pounds, but that's not something that's projectable. I think that's, and I'm not saying I can't name one of these hybrid types off the top of my head who is consistently still in that role, or the Joker linebacker or anything like that, who does that on a regular basis and is considered like a week in, week out weapon for a defense. Like, that's not, I mean, I've, for the last handful of years now, that's been this is going to be this is the way defenses are going. I mean, I still hear that, and I haven't seen, does that manifest itself? I know this is a legitimate question, because I'm not going to by any means claim that I know, every defense top to bottom, but I don't see that manifesting on the field on any defense on a consistent basis.
Rashad Bateman.
I don't either. It looks like we've got the Ravens pick in
Bateman.
next.
It's Bateman.
Bateman?
Rashad Bateman.
It's interesting.
Wide receiver, Minnesota.
I still don't really understand why the Ravens are so hell bent on getting a wide receiver.
Yes, stop it.
I guess they're just trying to continue to mix it up to see which one matches the Lamar Jackson. Brown did not pan out the way most fantasy owners would have liked him to pan out, so hopefully.
And he was almost a 1,000-yard receiver. If you're basically a 1,000-yard receiver in Baltimore, you're doing something. You're not a great fantasy player because nobody knows what week to play you. I mean,
which running back to start either. That was just all Patriot-like.
Yeah, but I mean, I think going forward,
Baltimore is completely dedicated to the idea of distributing their touches across as many different players as they can, right? Whether it's rushers or now adding Bateman as another receiver.
But we could say with confidence that J.K. Dobbins in the year. I mean, it's like there was more of a mystery when there were so many mouths and Dobbins was more of an unknown. We knew he was the most talented player, but did he know enough? Yada, yada, yada. But, I mean, they've kind of slowly moved in his direction. But the wide receiver thing, I mean, it's kind of a shame.
To me, brother. He's not Hollywood to me. I've seen too many dropped balls. I call the elitist, and it's not because I'm a Ram fan at all, because we haven't had always the best receivers. You need a legit number one. You don't need a 2.5 or a 3. That does not help you win. You need someone like, even when Tampa Bay wanted with Keyshawn Johnson, you could argue, was he a number one? No, but he was an end zone threat. And they had a great running system that year. And they had the head coach from, of course, the Raiders the previous year, Mr. Gruden, who bowed out on us with Ron.
Well, to me, it's how, like, what you can win a number of different ways. The Ravens are, I mean, they're not going to win a lot of games playing from behind, although they did prove it against Cleveland's defense. But for the most part, they haven't proven that they can play catch up football. That can change. I'm not dismissing that possibility. I do think they tend to abandon the run game too soon once they fall behind, because that's still what makes them most dangerous. But it's like what I guess it's like what is add.
So what I was going to say when he was making me think right there, this is a what if, because it's not going to happen. When Cleveland took the corner, it's almost like they should have took JOK, because that's somebody that might be able to mic Lamar Jackson. That didn't happen. So that being said, I just wanted to throw that in real quick.
For there's still a lot of really amazing, like JOK, high caliber players that are still out there and available. I have no idea who this quarterback. Taysom Hill can't be the future, right? And there's not a lot of confidence in Jameis Winston.
Yeah, that's the thing that gets me with Winston. What? I get that he turned the ball over, but he's a chucker, man. He just chucks it up there. So
who's that? Jameis Winston?
Yeah. He heard someone that chucks it up there. Dude, that's it right there, man.
Nailed it.
I mean, the question is, can Sean Payton beat that out of him? Or maybe that's not the best.
I think he can with signing those 1 years and putting some guy that's just a tight end in front of him because he's a freakish athlete. I've never been sold on that. It's just going to get you smashed out. That's why they don't make the Super Bowl.
Are you talking about Taysom Hill?
I'm just talking Peyton as a play caller, as a coach, the Saints, the way, and that their sick infatuation with Taysom Hill. That's what lost them. That game against the Rams, we should never had to kick those field goals because that Taysom Hill stuff is what got them stuffed in the end. But yeah, like right now, if they take a quarterback, would that help them? Or that's what we were kind of getting at while you were popping back in.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, I mean, the rumor was that they were obsessed with Caleb Farley for a short time. Is he still on the board?
Oh, I mean, wow. Okay. I didn't think about that.
Is he still on the board?
No, Farley got scooped up by the Titans at.
Oh, that's right. He was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It looks like JOK is probably the highest rated defensive player still out there. I guess depending on where you sit on Baron Browning.
I'm not a Baron Browning fan.
What about Christian Barmore? What's up with him? Do people just not like him? Or is DT just too early for DT?
You know, I'm going to throw out, it's just probably a shot in the dark, but only because, linebackers that I'm a fan of that, although actually that would be a good fit in terms of location, would be Jabril Cox. I like him quite a bit in terms of maybe exceeding his draft wherever he's drafted. But I could see someone like, if they go linebacker, like a Pete Werner. I'm not a fan. I don't think he's a first-round talent. I've just seen people say he's moving up and could be picked in the first round.
I was staring at him too.
I don't think that's the number one area of need for them for on defense. But
yeah, I think you're right.
JOK could make some sense because they lost Janoris Jenkins, and his coverage ability makes them dangerous. He's a good complement to Demario Davis. I think actually he could make a lot of sense. I think that's what Eric
Peyton Turner, defensive end. Peyton Turner. Sorry.
Peyton Turner. There's a guy.
Peyton Turner. This is a Jason Braddock thing.
Defensive line. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. I know the name.
D-line.
Yeah. Big guy, 6'6".
It's a big boy. And like you were just saying, go back into what you were talking about to Mario.
Yeah, well, he's one of the better linebackers in the league. He fills the middle. He plays every down. He's pretty good in coverage. I I think something that complements him, because that's, to me, that's just, they've been missing either a complementary linebacker or, I mean, they've created a need at cornerback. Maybe they think, is it Eli Apple that they picked up? Maybe they truly think he's going to be turning things around in New Orleans.
Gets ate up by the Rams all the time now.
I will say, I think one of my favorite things about the draft and watching the highlights of the player get taken is got to be the defensive highlights, because watching these guys make these plays and make these tackles, he just looks like a fridge that's just running people over.
Yeah, he's huge. He looks
He's a
angry,
big
too.
guy, big wingspan, can make people miss, can force fumbles. In IDP, these are the types of players that you have to like take with you. You're in really deep dynasty leagues. I'm in a very deep dynasty league that's got a massive bench, including lots of defensive players. So when you're going through defense throughout the season, and you tend to get injured quite often, it's good to have these names written down when you're going through those drafts so you can make those late round fires.
That's what helped me with Alex. Was it Alex Martinez for the Eagles last year? Alex Singleton.
Alex Singleton, yeah.
I brought that up to you before, I think, when we talked, Nick. But it was one of those guys that had been watching, and it was like the previous week and a half before, he got forced into a role. And then right from there, it was like 20 to 15 points a game. And I'm like, whoo, like that's fire. And this also helps DeMario in a lot of ways. When you get a big body like that in front of you, it's just like the Pittsburgh Steelers with Casey Hampton kind of thing, where you just get that big upfront push, and they're so big, like Too Tall Jones way and stuff, even though he's a couple inches shorter, I think, right? Too Tall was 6'8". I just wanted to throw that in there. That helps everybody else on that, and it makes smaller quarterbacks like, like, who I'm thinking of. Short quarterbacks for Aaron. I am so Kyler Murray. Kyler Murray can't see over guys like that. What's that?
Nothing. Just I would also say the Packers got their pick in really quick. I don't know if you guys noticed that.
Oh,
Okay.
this maybe so maybe it's a wide receiver because they felt the heat. I mean, I just think I don't know. I thought a lot of things when the Aaron Rodgers news broke. I thought, first of all, this is not news other than that he named teams and said, Rodgers has no actual leverage. He just has hypothetical leverage. Like, he can say F you guys, and that's about it. But the Packers are, they have a somewhat egotistical front office.
Well, you can see it right there in that picture too. They just like made the pick and they're just standing there with their hands in their pants. Let's go,
I don't have
guys. I would just be walking around the room all like
it's like this was just clearly all whiteboards. Like you had like tables they popped up from that's cool. But then you got like Jerry Jones and like some sort of evil lair. So it's like there's a lot of different types of places where people are doing their stuff. So to each their own.
I think.
Okay, go on, Nick.
If they, it's not going to work out this way. But it would be awesome if they took a wide receiver here.
They should. It's their number one, and they're saying linebackers number 2. So
yeah, they definitely need a linebacker. Maybe they take JOK.
That's what I was thinking. But
I don't think
Eric Stokes, cornerback for Georgia. Eric Stokes.
Interesting.
That they get torched by Tampa Bay last year. That's the only thing.
They definitely have. Beyond Jair Alexander, they have beatable corners, and they have a quality pass rush. I think in the end, still Green Bay can be there. They improved their run defense, I guess, a little bit. I was impressed with how they did. I don't think they had the personnel to do that on a consistent basis. So I would like to see them get some serious linebacking depth. I may be forgetting. Let me see. I'm going to double check. Yeah, I mean, Kamal Martin and Chris Barnes, I mean, they did well filling in. They don't have, I mean, they let Christian Kirksey go, and he was really disappointing to begin with. I think if they come out of this draft without addressing linebacker and giving Aaron Rodgers a quality talented wide receiver, my friend, we play in a W Dynasty League, and he has Rondale Moore, and he's like, "Wouldn't it be great if Rondale Moore went to Green Bay?" And I'm like, "It would, for a lot of different reasons." I'm a Rondale Moore fan. I love him.
Okay.
I've been calling him miniature Tyreek Hill for about 2 or 3 years. So I'm not sure he fits quite what the Packers would do, but I think that they would. I mean, you can make room, you can make exceptions. To me, he's really exciting.
Yeah, like a Desmond Howard kind of guy. You put him at kick returner, you bring him in at 4 sets, 3 sets. The Packers' backup stuck anyway. You could have bringing him in and stuff like that, and you could have did all that. Instead, they just said, "Hey, we got to cover people." And
Yeah, specifically from a fit standpoint, right? He would be the one thing in that wide receiver room that's not like the others, right? That Packers offense and their receivers, it looks like a basketball team coming out there, right? So you get this small,
exactly
quick twitch burner, and he could play a really interesting role in that offense.
That's the one thing, yeah, and that's the one thing I was like. But unfortunately, the Packers have a type. They seem to, at least the receivers that they draft. So
I gotta say, going back, man, I wanted the Rams to pick Clinton Dix that one draft, and they picked him. So like, whatever, if they got an infatuation with cornerbacks, whatevs. Like but you are right. Rondale is different than everybody in that, and even the running backs. I mean, God, man, they got Jones, AJ. I mean, that's almost like the Steelers' backfield right now with everybody combined and seeing what they can do, and that's promise. But they went corner, and I don't know. I thought it was receiver for sure, especially after that. So that means everything we did today, everything that talk, it was fun. We knew it was fun. We knew nothing was mostly going to happen, but to not get that receiver, I don't know.
I mean, that's the thing. I mean, like I said, it would be nice. I didn't think that was going to happen. It would be exciting. We could all go, "Oh, they got it. They finally did it." I mean, in the end, the Packers offense, the front office is going to show Aaron Rodgers who's boss. And
so at this point, does JOK slip out of the first round? Since we just keep bringing him up, I just want to know, is this going to happen, or does Buffalo make that move right now? Does Buffalo?
That's interesting.
It's
funny. I actually wrote I had in my notes from a couple of days ago, I thought before they if they had not re-signed Matt Milano, I thought he'd be a perfect replacement, like low-cost replacement for Matt Milano. Now he makes no sense. They've signed I'm saying they're not going to pick him because nothing surprises me anymore. But I'm just saying that, they've signed like Tyrell Adams. These are not great players, but they've added a lot of depth already, and they re-signed Matt Milano. So I don't see that being a pick. Running back makes sense I don't know if they like Javonte Williams, but they don't need a lot, but I think they could use probably pass rushing help, defensive line.
That would help too. Now, would Rondale fit with them? It's
like that offense is that offense is already explosive. It's just
they've already gotten rid of John Brown's gone, right? He's gone.
That I'm not sure of.
I think John Brown is gone.
He's a Raider now.
Yeah, that's right. So John Brown is gone. They're done with that.
But they brought in Emmanuel Sanders. Not that.
Yeah, that's good. But he's a good number 2 if you put Rondale in the slot next to Diggs. But I think Diggs runs slot. No, he doesn't. No, Diggs is a receiver.
Well, no, Diggs. Diggs can run. He can run all routes. He can run. He can do
whatever he wants.
Yeah. And he I don't know what he did. I didn't look at the numbers with the Bills. He did run a lot out. He did do a lot out of the slot with the Vikings, but it doesn't matter with him. Moore can play outside. It honestly, he can play out there. He can.
This would be bad for them. And the running came from Josh Allen anyway last year.
Yeah, but I think my perception just is that Buffalo definitely needs help on the defensive line. I think, but I don't
Really,
know. I don't know. Are there players? I don't know off the top of my head what the best available is at this point.
They're bringing in the Cowboy here. They're bringing in the Cowboy.
I think at least.
Here we go.
I ordered has just arrived.
It's Gregory Rousseau, defensive end,
Oh.
Miami.
Now,
I mean,
as a reformed Miami Hurricanes fan, I will say, like, I'm a fan. He sat out a year. He did do a lot of his damage against rushing inside against interior linemen when he put up a bunch of sacks in 2019. I just think the explosiveness is there. That he's a project, so that'll be interesting to see. I mean, he's probably going to be a situational player to start off. So, there's not a lot of ID. Well, to me, there's rarely a lot of excitement in IDPs and rookies to begin with. It's pretty rare. I don't think like any defensive lineman. It's rare that you get a Chase Young. I mean, those are the only types that are really like in IDP leagues are worth drafting or even having as depth. But there's not even, I don't think there's like a lot of intriguing first round talent in terms of IDP leagues. Although I like Collins. It made me immediately wonder what Jordan Hicks's contract situation is, or what they intend to do with Simmons. Because I do like Collins quite a bit, and he's a really intriguing player. He will pile up total tackle numbers there in due time. I think if he pans out the way I think he could, but and then Micah Parsons, of course, can pile up those same kind of numbers with Dallas, but he's probably going to be a player who splits time initially. I think by year two, I mean, it could happen this year, but by year two, Micah Parsons could be a phenomenal IDP player. In terms of, I don't think he'll necessarily put up big tackle numbers every week, but he puts up big plays in a lot of weeks.
Yeah.
So he's
from the IDP angle, right? Like typically those linebackers are where you want to prioritize, right? I'm particularly high on Jamin Davis coming out of Kentucky. I think he slots into a pretty nice scheme and system there in Washington. But Nick, I'd love to hear sort of how you think he fits in, and if he's potentially viable from an IDP and fantasy perspective heading into year one.
He's one of the few guys I didn't take an extended look at him. The size, the combo, like he's 6'4", 230. He's around 6'4", 235, 240, I think. Some of the thing and the few clips I saw of him, I mean, I see like he concerns me in terms of like long-term IDP profile. Like, I don't think he's going to be a guy like I guess like the first thing I thought when I saw him and I saw his profile without doing a lot of research on him, he's actually a guy like I'm looking for. I have to project in the next few days. I try not to project rookies until they go somewhere, but and I just thought it looks like it could be Leonard Floyd-ish, he's a great NFL player, and he actually did put up decent IDP numbers this past year, but and for deep leagues, but like that took a while to develop, and he's probably like that's in part because Floyd was in a different place when he was drafted. He was also a higher draft pick, and then he ended up with Chicago, who didn't always use him correctly. But there's a lot. From what the little bit I've seen, there's definitely a lot to like. I think there's just a lot that you have to project, and like he's not if he comes in. I mean, if he lands, he doesn't have a lot to do, I don't think, to land a significant role with Washington. So when I heard that that's where he went, I mean, I'm interested in him in my IDP league from that perspective. I'll say that, because a lot of these guys, it's where they end up. And I think the type of scheme Washington plays, which is very, Carolina Buffalo-esque, that's going to allow for IDP production for their top 2 linebackers. So my ears perked up when I heard that's where he went. But I was concerned about the profile. We'll see. I mean, and it's certainly something once I do a little more digging on, maybe I'll change my mind. And also because I'm optimistic about where he landed. But I mean, he's definitely an intriguing player.
So what do you think, Sam? Baltimore's on the clock. And you are AFC North. Who do you not want them to pick? But of course, we know. What do you think they go right now?
Yeah, that's a
I
good
think they
tip.
should
Who do you
go-
not want them to pick?
Rather than saying who I don't want them to pick, I think they should really go kicker here. It's underrated to go at the end of the first round and take a kicker. It's bold. Maybe
Whoa!
too crazy. No, I don't want to say
Get
who I
a,
don't want.
get a
them to
little
pick.
kicker controversy with Justin Tucker.
Well, I did hear
funny.
I thought they were interested in trading out of the round if they could land if the Jaguars were going to sign Tim Tebow today.
Oh,
But since that didn't
I
happen,
missed that.
yeah, since that didn't happen, I guess they'll have to pass, and they may have to take a kicker or a punter instead.
Yeah.
Punter,
I know that's going
punter
to
in
be
the first
disappointing.
round. That'd be so awesome. My buddy, he's a huge Ravens fan. He comes from Baltimore, of course. So, and then his buddies too. They're all like Ravens and Oreos fans. So I always bust them. I always just like, yeah, you guys, and they hate the Steelers. So he'll go after the wife a lot, and I'm just like, hey, now it's like, I know you NFC North or the AFC North people hate each other, but calm down. It's different. They got it in. Do they do JOK? Somebody,
I think
or
I think they
offensive
go
line.
offensive
Do you just
line
build?
here. I think they go offensive
What was
line
that?
here because they did just make that trade and they moved someone out for them. So I think that they are looking for some youth there in order to short that line.
I think it's always interesting to me, Baltimore, a lot of times that mock drafts, they end up with whatever the most glaring need is also the position the team is definitely going to take in the first round. And it hardly ever works out that way. Baltimore definitely needs help with the pass rush. With the guys who have exited there in the last 3 years, and especially this offseason. So, I don't know that there's anyone glaring off the top of my head who's like an edge rusher at this point that's like, oh, why is that guy still on the board? No, I don't see. Yeah. So I apologize for not being super. Is Jason Owe still there?
Is he? I think he
The
is.
Penn State kid?
I think he is. He's defensive end, right?
Well, he's like an edge. He's like a
Edge
kind of
rusher.
like a rush linebacker. He's
Oh,
defensive end. Yeah. But I
he's
think
still there too. But
I think he could be an interesting fit. He's a bit of a project, but that's the kind of type. That's the type of players they take. I don't expect them to. I feel like they usually take their pass rushers in the 2nd to 4th rounds, 5th round, and they develop those guys, and then they end up signing somewhere else. That's just.
yeah, it's nice to see what they're gonna do. It's gonna be in real soon. They just gotta do their little talks and stuff like that. But I mean, they're not gonna do this. They definitely have to address that situation. But what if they took Rondell right now too? That'd be nuts. Literally like, hey, y'all said it. We got them. Here they are. Whatevs. Grab them both. There it goes. Jason Owen, linebacker, Penn State.
Oh, so they did take him.
Yes, they did. Yes,
Okay.
they did.
Well, I'm a little surprised. I think he's a good fit. It was a definite need, but that's exciting. I mean, again, he's not going to be somebody I draft in an IDP league this year, but next year I'd like to see how that goes. Like, I would definitely be interested. I think that's the big thing. I try to remember, or I will write them down, like the guys who I like, and I say, but it needs development. And then I say, these are guys I'm going to look at in year 2. And I actually do it. Like, you have to come back to those guys. Like, they always end up, there's always a crop of players who were forgotten because they didn't produce in year 1 and they come out of nowhere. I've gotten so many players in my dynasty league because of that. I got Devontae Adams at $1.
What?
And I mean, because it was the, well, I mean, I don't have him at $1 anymore. I actually traded him this past offseason. But the year that everybody wanted Devontae Adams because he had a great rookie season, and then he was a total flop. He probably had like 30 catches. But he played the year, with an ankle sprain. And I was just like, well, this guy, I loved him. I thought he was a great talent. I took him the next year for $1. Got him at the end of the draft. And I had my eye on him the whole time because I only needed like 1 or 2 players at the end. And but like it's just like I got a list of players like that, but he stood out. Like,
here goes the Bucks.
So here we are, the last pick of the first round. I was going to ask if we would see our traditional someone trades into the last pick of the first round. But
Rams.
Tampa Bay was way too quick. They got that pick in fast. So, and maybe if you want to kick us off, the Super Bowl champions, they brought back all 22 starters. Where do you think they're looking to add to with this last pick in round 1?
Well, if they brought back all 22 starters, clearly they're just looking for depth to pass the load because they're looking like they're shaping up for another back-to-back Super Bowl. I think maybe
JOK.
Maybe they get JOK.
That would be it.
Pumping the tires for him all night, so maybe he finally goes off the board. But we've
Joe Troyon, linebacker, Washington. Joe Troyon. Try on.
There we go.
That's Joe.
So added to the linebacking core. I feel like since we've been pumping the tires for JOK, we've had a few linebackers go off the board. But he still stays out there. So interesting to see where he'll fall tomorrow. So we are here. We are 4 hours and 6 minutes into this broadcast. It has been a marathon. So for everyone who's out there, who's listening and who joined in, definitely appreciate how much engagement and how much fun we have with the community. I guess kind of buttoning up round 1. Sam, what are your thoughts on overall fantasy impact? Who are some of these guys that went in tonight's round that you think you're going to be circling heading into draft season?
Well, I don't think it's any surprise that Kyle Pitts is going to be really high on everyone's list, but I think Trey Lance is going to be someone dynasty owners want to get their hands on probably early. So I just don't know how much. What's great about Trey Lance is he could sit for the year and then come back next year as being the number 1 quarterback, or he could be week 6, week 8. He gets the start and it's his job. I also really like the Jalen Waddle pick for the Dolphins. I love that. I really like the Jamar Chase stack back with his best bud in Joe Burrow. I think that's going to be a really awesome thing. So I'm really excited about those 2 in particular. And I think that Bill Belichick was the wizard of the draft and letting Mac Jones just fall gently into his lap. He's there. He got his he's really happy. And then no shock, but I'm very excited that Najee Harris fell to the Steelers where we got him. When my pizza was delivered, the guys on my said, "Oh, good luck on the draft." I was like, "We got Najee Harris!" And that's exciting for you. Like
Sam's just out there hugging random pizza delivery guys. We did it.
So
and then the pizza delivery guys is like, "Oh, is that the pie you were expecting? I'm sorry, I must have brought the wrong one."
I know. He's just like, really not ready
just ruin your day.
Anchovies.
Okay.
That could easily be the most consequential fantasy pick of the first round is Najee Harris. I mean, can you think of a player who instantly steps into the greatest possibility for production? I mean,
outside quarterback, no. I think all of these guys have places to compete and ways to like need. This is his job right off the bat, and I'm excited to see him bring something very different to our running game. I think one surprise though was Travis Etienne to the Jaguars. I mean,
Yeah.
for Johnson owners, just watching their fantasy stock plummet, which we knew was going to drop. He had to regress anyways, but it just took a real deep dive off a cliff. So to me, those were the biggest.
Well, to jump on the James Robinson thing, people put too much heart into like what he does at the end of the season. All right. So James Robinson, I don't know the stat for this. I did not do it, but I can guarantee James Robinson wasn't on most championship teams. Who was Josh Allen and people like that. James Robinson did well for DFS purposes and he was cheap and mid-level cheap for a minute till they kind of bumped him up, but they never put him above that top level. So to me, when I see that, I just think that they have no confidence in him. DraftKings, FanDuel have no confidence in that man, that they're just going to give him that price only based on that they think he's going to fail. And really what worked for him was the receivers that were completely injured and horrendous for the Jags last year. They can blame Gardner Minshew. I'm sorry. I was being a Ram fan before Isaac Bruce, after Henry Ellard, we had junk. And I remember when the Raiders were boasting James Jett. And you can't take these players and expect them to succeed unless you have talent around them. If you don't have talents, it doesn't work.
Yeah, absolutely. For me, there are really two names that jump off the page. Sam's going to be my BFF forever because I do think that Najee Harris is one of them. And Nick even touched on this. It really has to do with opportunity, right? He's going to walk into a lion's share role, right? Pittsburgh has been super consistent. Whenever they identify a runner, they feed that dude. So I wouldn't be surprised if he walks in and immediately sees 65, 70, 75% of touches out of that backfield as a rookie. So that's really appealing. The second name that I want to call out is the exact same consideration with opportunity. Devonta Smith walks in as wide receiver one in that Eagles offense. I don't think he profiles the same way, but I see a lot of A.J. Brown opportunity here. I don't think that Philadelphia is going to be the highest volume offense, but I do think they're going to be fairly efficient, and he's going to find those spots to make those big plays. So I think those are the two guys that really walk in and immediately have that alpha role and can contribute in a fantasy way.
I got to say this right now. Najee Harris scores 8 touchdowns next year. If he doesn't, one of y'all could come to Erie or I'll meet y'all somewhere and you can pie me in the face. He gets 8. He gets 8. I will take a pie to the face from somebody on our face circle. I will take a pie to the face. I won't do any hot. I will do no hot challenges at all. That's
You're not going to catch me eating a pepper.
Yeah. I'm not messing with no peppers, man. I want to feel like I'm still on this planet when something happens to me. I get punched in the face all the time. I can take a blow to the face. Okay. He gets more than 8 touchdowns. I'm going to give him 8 as a rookie. They're going to get down there. They're going to give him those chances that Connor failed at, that Snell kind of didn't. They move that pile. He's going to do it 8 times.
Yeah. That's probably I think they do have a little affinity for Anthony McFarland, and they do have a history of allowing a little bit of vulturing touchdowns. So 8's a fair number. It's not a high number, so it's within reach. That's a good, the over under is 7.5. So
I think that's a very, very safe prop bet.
Yeah, that's safe.
So I think,
and I will
we can all, and we always, we just have to make sure to order plenty of pies. So
There you go.
I'm not saying
No.
everybody's gonna ape pie me to death. Okay.
I mean, I haven't by any means taken an assessment of what the first rounds in mock drafts look like. So if you guys have done any yet, please throw them out there. But like, I don't know that Najee Harris is a first round pick yet, but he's a second round pick because in PPR leagues, because that role has always generated targets for the running back. And
good point.
he can do
Jalen
that.
Samuels.
So I mean, he has in PPR leagues, he has a pretty safe floor, and in non-PPR leagues, he still has a decent floor. And the only thing that scares me is the propensity there always to have a little bit of the touchdown volume vultured. But
It's a lot of
he's
mouth
still-
to feed
he's-
in Pittsburgh.
that's an offense that often throws it from the one, puts in a different running back, whatever. But
Keith
it's
Miller
still a good
play.
role, still going to be a good fantasy player. And like, I think in terms of draft position compared to fantasy output and all that, like he's definitely the one. I mean, like I said, I mean, I think ATN intrigues me in Jacksonville only because I know Urban Meyer values speed and he's going to put him on the field. And it's just like he might be a little inconsistent, and Jacksonville is probably still going to lose 12 games. So
So they're going to be out there.
But I mean, and then the once every few years talents in Chase and Pitts. I mean, I have Jamar Chase in my Devy league. I mean, and I was like, I think I'm excited that he goes to Cincinnati. I don't know. I mean, the cool thing about somebody like Chase to me is that, I mean, you have players like Devontae Smith that to me it depends on where he goes that I'm excited or not. Chase, I don't care. I don't have Smith, but like I have Chase, and I'm like, well, the difference in where he lands is whether he's a perennial 80 catch guy or 100 catch guy. But he's still 1,000 to 1,200 yards and 8 to 12 touchdowns or whatever it is. Like Jamar Chase is legit, and there's not too many guys like that. Pitts is the same way to me. So,
Yeah, for sure. No, I'm very excited. My phone won't stop blowing up because everyone's like, "Can we talk to you now?" And I'm like, "No, we can talk now."
Yeah, I bet.
There's a
all
lot of-
excited.
there
guys,
are a lot of people who can swallow up targets in Cincinnati, though. I mean, Tyler Boyd is still a good receiver.
Yep.
And T. Higgins excited a lot of people last year. I mean, I think I can't help but wonder that they did a little bit of appeasing Joe Burrow by taking Jamar Chase.
Yeah.
But you also can't fault him because he's, again, a guy who comes along only once every few years.
Yeah, I think
don't
it's
know.
okay
I mean-
if they just did that move to appease. I think that's totally fine. I'm sure they've got plenty of other draft picks to all the other holes that they have, which I think
The ideal fit there would have been Kyle Pitts if they could only have. But that's not going to happen. But as long as Joe Burrow throws it 60 times a game, who cares?
Yeah.
Exactly.
And I got to say, overall, just my opinion, I think the right pieces fell in the right places. New England got their guy. Sam got her guy. And, San Francisco switched it up with Lance a little bit. It just all went well. I don't think really anybody made a bad pick in this. It may have stumped us in a way, but I think overall with the grand scheme and how many needs were needed with a lot of the people outside of the 10, I think it went perfect.
Yeah, I think it went really well. I think one thing that probably would go in the mistake column would be the Packers not getting that receiver for Aaron Rodgers. Corner, another need they had, but when he's not happy, and then the same day you go and continue to not give him the pieces that he wants, I think that's a really bad move and a bad look. But
That is okay. So outside of me saying perfect, I'll say less than perfect. The Packers think today, and that's because they created their own drama.
Well, I'll reserve judgment until the second or third round. If we get out of the first 3 rounds and they don't take a receiver, I just think it's what's the word? It's kind of like spitting in Rodgers' face.
It's a big middle finger to him.
Yeah,
I didn't think about this, but a guy I trust a lot talking with football, because I think, like I said, I think this was totally calculated. But he said, maybe this was also a reaction, because I said I can't believe that no one else. I thought the Packers were one of the teams that should have ponied up a little money for Antonio Brown. And then when Brown signed yesterday, re-signed with Tampa Bay, he said, well, maybe that's another thing that upset Rodgers.
Maybe it is.
Drop the story. Point. He's gotta have something. I honestly think I think it's pretty remote, but I think there's a chance that Rodgers says, I'm cool with just doing Jeopardy. I know that sounds crazy.
Jordy Nelson was a slot.
I'm not
just do Jeopardy.
Yeah. I'm not saying that's likely, but if he got to the point where he was so pissed at the Packers and so resigned to the fact that they were not going to do anything, he would just say, fine, I'm out.
Jordy Rogers was a slot, right?
Jordy Nelson?
Jordy Nelson.
No, he was an outside receiver. He could do a little side, but he was.
I was just trying to think. Maybe he just wanted that slot. Maybe we'll see. We'll see this tomorrow. Because guess what? Guess who gets a pick tomorrow? It's a dude,
Awesome. Well, thank you guys so much for hanging out with us tonight and doing this live draft chat. It's been really fun, and I know that we'll get to record a lot together probably in the not so distant future. So enjoy the rest of the draft weekend, and I hope you guys have fun. You guys want to go in circles so everyone can hear where they can follow you. Eric, you want to go first, and then we'll go to Rob, and then go to Nick.
Yeah. So you can follow me at FantasyNav. It's over here in Twitter. I also write and contribute for GoingFor2.com, and I am the proprietor of Pros with Joes for Fantasy. So we are doing our pre-enrollment now. So you want to head to our website at proswithjoes.com, fill out a quick form, and get queued up to play some fantasy football for good causes this season.
That sounds like a plan.
Rob, to you.
All right. I changed my name down over there. Sometimes these cameras. It's at Heat Override. It's just an O. A lot of people know me as the 00 guy because 007, things like that. I do a podcast called Bring the Pain. That's where I do a lot of my things. I threw up some Twitch stuff today as well. I do a lot of DFS content with NFL season and stuff like that. So look forward to that. And anytime you want to go check my track record, go to Married with DFS on Facebook, because back in the day, me and my wife used to put these lineups together. Now she's kind of just got bored with it. It's me, but that's what you got. That's what you got. So I want to thank everybody, and always remember to bring the pain. Yeah.
God, I can't follow that. So
not many people could when I was on the air.
You can follow me at Nicholas Minix. I'm basically a nomad right now. I'm kind of rejoining the fantasy industry, and looking forward to working with some great people, and hopefully I get to make that happen in a heretofore unnamed project. But I was happy to all praise due to Sam and Eric, you guys, for sitting around for 4.5 hours. Well, at least, right? And there was a lot of prep that went into this. So thank you guys, and thank you to everyone who was kind enough to join us tonight. You owe them a lot, and I appreciate you guys putting all this together.
Cool.
Looking forward to diving back into some IDP projections tomorrow.
Yeah,
Love it.
it's gonna be
Thanks
fun.
again,
Thanks
guys.
a lot, team.
Oh, and I guess I could plug myself. If you're already following me at Samantha. You can find my stuff over on YouTube at the Fantasy Debate with Sam and Tate, and also on my One on With podcast over there. Check out the content for that. And guys, sign off with Steelers got Najee Harris.
Let's do it.
Rams are winning day 2. Let's go. Ooh, yeah.